Hello friend, this is Hogwarts and I hope you all are doing well. In this channel, we create the amazing story where small changes can rewrite the whole story. You already know that. If you enjoy this kind of amazing fan fiction, so must subscribe the channel for new upcoming video. Without wasting any time, now let's start the story.
Hello guys, welcome to Hogwarts Tales. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if a dying phoenix chose Harry over Dumbledore at age 7 and Fawkes burned his old master's plans? If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, The Cupboard and the Flame. The spider was back. Harry watched it from his mattress, chin resting on his folded arms, eyes tracing the tiny legs as they picked their way across the underside of the staircase above him. Third step from the bottom, the one that creaked when Uncle Vernon came down for his midnight snack. The spider lived in the crack between that step and the next, and every night it came out to spin. Harry had named it Arthur. He didn't know why. It just seemed right. Arthur didn't care that Harry's knees were scraped raw from scrubbing the kitchen tiles. Arthur didn't care that Dudley had shoved Harry's face into the garden mud that afternoon while Aunt Petunia watched from the window and said nothing. Arthur just spun his web, patient and quiet, and Harry watched him do it because there was nothing else to watch in a cupboard under the stairs. He was 7 years old. He knew this because Dudley's second bedroom, the one full of broken toys, had a Thundercats calendar pinned to the wall, and Harry had counted the days carefully when he'd been allowed into dust. July 31st had passed 3 days ago. Nobody had said happy birthday. He hadn't expected them to. The lock clicked from outside. Harry's shoulders went tight automatically, a reflex so ingrained he didn't even notice it anymore. The door didn't open. Just the lock, turning. Aunt Petunia's slippers whispered away down the hall. That meant he was allowed out to use the toilet before bed. He had 4 minutes, he'd learned that the hard way. Longer than 4 minutes and the door would be locked again when he got back, and he'd have to knock, and knocking meant Uncle Vernon would wake up, and Uncle Vernon waking up meant, Harry moved quickly. The hallway was dark. The Dursley house at night was all ticking clocks and the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional rumble of Vernon snoring from upstairs. Harry's bare feet made no sound on the carpet. He'd learned to walk like that too, ghost quiet, the way small animals learn to move when they live near bigger ones. He used the toilet, washed his hands, and caught his own reflection in the mirror above the sink. Too thin. Hair that stuck up in every direction no matter what Aunt Petunia did to it. Round glasses held together with tape at the bridge. And the scar, always the scar, that odd lightning bolt shape on his forehead that Aunt Petunia said he'd gotten in the car crash that killed his parents. Harry touched it, briefly. It didn't hurt. It almost never did. He padded back to the cupboard and pulled the door shut behind him. It locked from the outside, it always locked from the outside, but he'd learned to jiggle the latch from within using a bent paperclip he kept hidden beneath the mattress. Not to escape. Just to know he could. He lay down. Arthur had finished a new section of web. Harry closed his eyes. Sleep came in thin, broken pieces at number 4, Privet Drive. Harry dreamed about green light sometimes, and a woman screaming, and a sound like cold laughter that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Tonight he dreamed about flying. Not in an airplane, just flying, his body weightless, the wind roaring in his ears and the ground spinning far below. In the dream, something golden flew beside him. He couldn't see it clearly. Just warmth, and the color of flames, and a sound like singing. He reached for it. And then Dudley's foot hit the stair above his head, bang bang bang, and it was morning. Up. Get up. Harry opened his eyes. Dust rained from the underside of the steps as Dudley thundered down them like a small earthquake. Arthur's web trembled. Mum wants you in the kitchen. She says if the bacon burns she'll. The rest was lost as Dudley barreled toward the dining room, already shouting about what he wanted for breakfast. Harry sat up, cracked his neck, and reached for the oversized t-shirt that served as his day clothes, one of Dudley's old ones, faded gray, hanging off Harry's frame like a tent. The morning was the same as every morning. Bacon and eggs for 3, toast for Harry if there was any left. Uncle Vernon behind his newspaper, grunting about the government. Aunt Petunia hovering near the window, watching the neighbors with narrowed eyes. Dudley shoveling food into his mouth and periodically kicking Harry under the table. "Boy," Uncle Vernon said without looking up. Harry stopped chewing. "Garden. Weeds. All of them. Before lunch." "Yes, Uncle Vernon. That was the trick, keep your voice flat, your eyes down, your answers short. Don't argue. Don't ask questions. Don't be strange." Being strange was the worst thing you could be in the Dursley house, and Harry had learned through painful experience that strange things happened around him whether he wanted them or not. Like last month, when Dudley had been chasing him around the school and Harry had somehow ended up on the roof of the kitchen building. He still didn't know how. One second he'd been running, his lungs burning, Dudley's gang closing in, and the next he was 20 feet up, sitting on rain-slicked tiles, staring down at their upturned, gaping faces. Uncle Vernon had locked him in the cupboard for a week after that. No meals on the second day. Harry went out to the garden. Surrey in August was flat and bright and mercilessly hot. The Dursleys' garden was Aunt Petunia's pride, regimented flower beds, trimmed hedges, a lawn like green velvet. Harry knelt in the dirt between the rose bushes and started pulling weeds. The sun beat down on the back of his neck. Sweat dripped off his nose. He worked for 3 hours. His hands blistered, and the blisters broke, and he kept going because stopping wasn't an option. Around midday, Mrs. Next Door, Harry didn't know her real name, peered over the fence and tooted. "Petunia's got you working hard, hasn't she, dear?" Harry looked up. "Just helping out," he said, because that's what he'd been told to say. Mrs. Next Door gave him a pitying look and disappeared. By the time he was allowed inside, his hands were raw and his head was throbbing from the heat. Aunt Petunia gave him a glass of water and a slice of bread with a thin scrape of butter. She didn't look at him while she did it. She never looked at him if she could help it. "Cupboard," she said. "Vernon's got clients coming for dinner. I don't want you seen." Harry took his bread and went. The cupboard was stifling in the summer heat. He ate slowly, making it last, then lay on his back and stared at the underside of the stairs. Arthur was gone, probably hiding from the heat. Smart spider. He could hear them preparing for the dinner party. Vernon's booming laugh, practicing for the guests. Petunia clattering in the kitchen. Dudley whining about having to wear a button-up shirt. Normal sounds. Family sounds. Harry pulled his thin blanket over his head and pressed his face into the mattress. He didn't cry. He'd stopped crying at 6. It just didn't seem to do anything. The dinner party lasted hours. Harry lay in the dark and listened to the muffled sounds of adults laughing, glasses clinking, Dudley being trotted out to say something and earning applause. At some point, someone stepped on the stair directly above him and the wood groaned and Harry held his breath, the way he always did, as though being perfectly still could make him invisible. Eventually the house went quiet. The guests left. Vernon and Petunia went to bed. Dudley's television flickered off. Silence. Harry exhaled. And somewhere very far away, in a castle perched on a cliff in Scotland, in a tower office cluttered with silver instruments and sleeping portraits, a bird caught fire. Albus Dumbledore was not asleep. He was rarely asleep at this hour. Midnight was when the mind worked best, he'd always thought, when the world was quiet enough to hear your own thoughts. He sat behind his desk with a cup of tea that had gone cold an hour ago, quill in hand, annotating a letter from the Ministry's Department of Mysteries. The office was his sanctuary. Shelves crammed with books. The sorting hat dozing on its shelf. The pensieve glimmering in its cabinet. And on the golden perch beside the window, Fawkes, his companion of over a century, sat with his head tucked beneath one scarlet wing. Dumbledore glanced at the bird and frowned. Fawkes had been looking poorly for weeks now. His plumage had dulled, his tail feathers were ragged, and he'd barely eaten. A burning day was coming. That was normal, phoenixes cycled through death and rebirth as naturally as the seasons, but something about this cycle felt different. Fawkes had been restless. Agitated. He'd knocked a bowl of sherbet lemons off the desk 2 days ago, which he hadn't done since 1947. Soon, old friend. Dumbledore murmured. Fawkes didn't stir. Dumbledore turned back to his letter. The Department of Mysteries had been asking, obliquely, the way they always asked, about the prophecy. Specifically, about the boy. Dumbledore's quill scratched across parchment as he composed a reply that said nothing while appearing to say everything, a skill he'd perfected over decades of navigating wizarding politics. He finished the letter, sealed it, and set it aside. Then he unlocked the bottom drawer of his desk with a tap of his wand and pulled out a thick leather folder. This was his private work. Not ministry business. Not Hogwarts business. His business, the long, careful game he'd been playing since the night Voldemort fell. Inside the folder, a copy of the prophecy, transcribed in his own hand. Detailed notes on the Horcruxes, he was almost certain, now, that Tom had made more than one. A chart of the blood wards around Privet Drive, with annotations on their strength and projected duration. Letters to and from Arabella Figg, his eyes on the ground in little whinging. A timeline. The timeline was the thing that would have troubled him, if he'd allowed himself to be troubled by it. It stretched from 1981 to a projected date sometime around Harry Potter's 17th birthday, and it mapped out, in Dumbledore's neat handwriting, the general shape of a boy's life. When he would learn about magic. When he would come to Hogwarts. What he would need to face, and in what order. And at the end of the timeline, a single phrase circled 3 times, neither can live while the other survives. Dumbledore stared at it. He'd stared at it many times over the years, and each time he felt the same dull ache in his chest, not guilt, exactly. More like the phantom pain of an old wound. He knew what the prophecy meant. He knew what it would eventually require. And he knew that the boy living in that cupboard in Surrey was not being raised with love, because love was not the point. The point was the blood wards. The point was Lily's sacrifice, anchored through Petunia's grudging household, keeping the boy alive and hidden until he was old enough to learn what he was and what he had to do. It wasn't kind. Dumbledore had never pretended to himself that it was kind. But it was necessary, and he had learned long ago, learned it in the worst way possible, learned it over the broken body of his own sister, that necessary things were rarely kind. He closed the folder and locked the drawer. On the perch, Fawkes made a sound. Low, rough, almost like a cough. Dumbledore turned. The Phoenix's eyes were open. They were fixed on Dumbledore with an intensity that made the old wizard pause, his hand still on the drawer. Fawkes had looked at him 1,000 different ways over the years, with affection, with humor, with the serene patience of a creature that had seen civilizations rise and fall. But this look was none of those. This look was judgment. Fawkes. The bird's feathers rippled. A thin wisp of smoke curled from his wingtip. Ah, Dumbledore said softly. It's time, then. He stood and moved toward the perch, the way he always did on burning days, to be near, to offer comfort during the transition. Phoenixes didn't feel pain during their immolation, or so the texts claimed, but Dumbledore had always thought it seemed polite to be present. He was 3 steps away when Fawkes burst into flame. It was not the usual burning. Dumbledore had witnessed dozens of Fawkes's burning days. They were gentle things, a soft golden glow, a quiet whump of ignition, and then the bird was consumed and reborn in the ashes, tiny and wrinkled and blinking. Like a candle guttering and relighting. This was a conflagration. Fire erupted from Fawkes in a pillar that hit the ceiling and spread across it like liquid. The heat drove Dumbledore back 3 steps, him, the most powerful wizard in Britain, staggering like a first year. Silver instruments melted on their shelves. The portraits on the walls screamed and fled to neighboring frames. The Sorting Hat toppled off its shelf and rolled across the floor, smoking. Fawkes. Dumbledore raised his wand. Aguamenti. The water evaporated before it got within a foot of the blaze. This was Phoenix fire, primal, magical, older than wands and spells, and it did not answer to incantations. The pillar of flame condensed, pulled inward, and for a moment Dumbledore saw Fawkes at the center of it, not dying, not being reborn, but choosing. The Phoenix's eyes locked on his one final time, and in them Dumbledore saw something that stopped his breath. Sorrow. Deep, ancient, bottomless sorrow. Not for the burning. For him. Then Fawkes screamed. It was not the healing cry Dumbledore knew, not the sound that mended wounds and lifted hearts. This was a scream of severance. It hit Dumbledore in the chest like a fist, and he felt something tear, something he'd carried so long he'd forgotten it was there. The bond. The thread of magic that connected a phoenix to its chosen companion, that had connected Fawkes to Albus Dumbledore for over 100 years. It snapped. The fire shot downward, through the floor, through the stone, through the ancient wards of Hogwarts as though they were tissue paper. Dumbledore felt it go, felt it ripping through the castle's magical fabric like a comet, and then it was gone. The office was dark. The perch was empty. Not even ashes remained. In the sudden silence, Dumbledore stood very still. His hand was shaking. He noticed this with a kind of detached surprise. He couldn't remember the last time his hand had shaken. He lowered his wand and looked at the empty perch and felt something crack behind his ribs, not his heart, nothing so dramatic, but something adjacent to it. Something load-bearing. Then he smelled smoke. Not the Phoenix fire, that was gone, vanished to wherever Fawkes had gone. This was different. Paper smoke. Dumbledore turned. The bottom drawer of his desk was on fire. He lunged for it, wrenching it open with his bare hands, hissing as the heated metal seared his palms. Inside, the leather folder, his plans, his prophecy notes, his timeline, his carefully maintained records of the blood wards and Horcrux research and every contingency he'd built over 7 years, was burning. Not smoldering. Burning, with the clean golden flame of Phoenix fire, consuming page after page while Dumbledore watched. He tried to pull papers free. They crumbled to ash at his touch. He cast flame-freezing charms, containment charms, even a desperate finite incantatum. Nothing worked. The fire burned with intelligence, with purpose, selecting precisely which documents to devour and leaving the rest of the drawer untouched. The ministry letter he'd just written, irrelevant. Fawkes's fire ignored it. But the prophecy transcript? Ash. The blood ward schematics? Ash. The timeline? Ash. In 90 seconds, it was over. Dumbledore stood in his darkened office, hands blistered, heart hammering, staring into an empty drawer. The portraits were creeping back into their frames, whispering to each other in horrified voices. The Sorting Hat was still smoking faintly on the floor. Albus? Phineas Nigelus's portrait peered down at him. What in Merlin's name, leave me. But, leave me. The portrait retreated. Dumbledore sank into his chair. He pressed his burned hands flat on the desk and closed his eyes and breathed. In. Out. In. Out. The way he'd learned to breathe after Ariana. The way he'd breathed after Grindelwald. The way you breathe when the world has shifted under your feet and you need to find the ground again before you can take a step. Fawkes was gone. Not dead, a phoenix couldn't truly die. But gone. The bond was severed. Dumbledore could feel the absence like a missing limb, a hollow space in his magic where warmth had lived for a century. Fawkes had been more than a familiar. He had been a compass, a conscience, a living reminder that Albus Dumbledore, despite everything, was still worthy of a phoenix's loyalty. And now he wasn't. Dumbledore opened his eyes. His gaze fell on the empty perch, then on the scorched drawer, then on his own burned hands. Where did you go? He already knew the answer. He'd felt the direction of the fire when it punched through the castle floors, south and east, streaking across the English countryside like a falling star. Toward Surrey. Toward Little Whinging. Toward a cupboard under the stairs in a house on Privet Drive. Toward Harry Potter. Dumbledore stood abruptly. He needed to move. He needed to think. He crossed to the fireplace, grabbed a handful of flue powder, then stopped. And did what? He could go to Privet Drive. He could bang on the Dursleys' door at 1 a.m. and demand to see the boy. But Fawkes had made a choice, a phoenix had made a choice, and Dumbledore was wise enough, if only barely, to recognize that barging in might make things catastrophically worse. Phoenixes bonded once. If Fawkes had chosen Harry, then the bond was already forming, and any attempt to interfere could damage the boy, the bird, or both. But if the bond formed fully, if Harry Potter walked into Hogwarts in 4 years with a phoenix on his shoulder and fire in his blood. Every plan. Every careful arrangement. Every calculated step on the path Dumbledore had mapped from the night he'd left a baby on a doorstep, all of it would unravel. He put the flue powder back. He needed information before he needed action. He needed Arabella. He needed Severus. He needed time to rebuild what had burned and figure out what Fawkes' departure meant for the war that was still coming, the war that most of the wizarding world had foolishly decided was over. Dumbledore sat back down, pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward him, and began to write. His hands were still shaking. He ignored it. Dear Arabella, I require your immediate assessment of the situation at number 4. 400 miles south, in a cupboard under the stairs, Harry Potter woke up because something was on fire and it wasn't the house. He'd been deep asleep, the kind of heavy, dreamless sleep that only came from total exhaustion, and then suddenly he wasn't. His eyes snapped open and the cupboard was full of light. Not electric light, not the cold blue glow of a street lamp through a crack in the door. This was golden. Warm and alive and moving, dancing across the walls like sunlight on water, and at the center of it, Harry sat up so fast he cracked his head on the underside of the stairs. He barely felt it. There was a bird in his cupboard. Or there had been a bird. What was actually there, crouched on his mattress between his drawn-up knees, was a ball of fire the size of a football, and inside the fire was something alive. Harry could see it, wings, folded tight. A long neck, curled. Eyes, closed. The fire wasn't destroying it. The fire was it. He should have screamed. Any normal 7-year-old would have screamed, would have scrambled back, would have pounded on the door yelling for help. But Harry had learned very early that screaming didn't bring help. It brought Vernon. So instead he went perfectly still, the way he always did when something strange happened, and he watched. The fire pulsed. It was warm, not burning hot, just warm, the way a patch of sunlight on carpet is warm on a winter morning. Harry could feel it on his face, on his chest, soaking through his oversized t-shirt. It felt like, he didn't have a word for it. It felt like something he'd been cold without his entire life, and hadn't known it until now. The ball of fire contracted. The light dimmed. And there, sitting on his mattress, was a bird. It was tiny. Barely bigger than his fist. Its feathers were wet and scraggly, plastered to its body, and it was trembling. It looked like a plucked chicken, ugly and fragile and ridiculous. But its eyes were open, and they were black and bright and ancient, and they were looking directly at Harry with an expression of absolute certainty. You, those eyes said. I came for you. Harry's breath caught. The bird made a sound. It was small and rough, nothing like a song, more like a rusty hinge trying to remember how to work. It wobbled on its tiny legs, took one unsteady step across the mattress, and collapsed against Harry's knee. Harry's hand moved before his brain could stop it. He cupped his fingers around the bird, gently, the way he'd once held a frog he'd found in the garden before Dudley stomped on it. The bird was warm. It weighed almost nothing. He could feel its heartbeat, impossibly fast, thrumming against his palm. "Hey," Harry whispered. "It's okay." The bird looked up at him. Its beak opened and that rusty sound came again, and this time Harry felt something, not in his ears, not a sound exactly, but a feeling that bloomed in his chest like a match striking. Warmth. Safety. Home. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly. "Where did you come from?" he breathed. The bird nestled deeper into his hands and closed its eyes. Its breathing slowed. The golden light faded to a faint glow, barely more than a nightlight, and Harry sat there in his cupboard cradling a creature he couldn't name, couldn't explain, couldn't possibly justify to anyone who asked, and for the first time in as long as he could remember, he didn't feel alone. He didn't sleep. He sat up all night with the bird in his hands, afraid that if he closed his eyes it would disappear. It didn't. Dawn came the way it always did on Privet Drive, gradually, grudgingly, the sky shifting from black to gray to the flat pale blue of a suburban morning. Harry heard the house waking up around him. Vernon's alarm clock. The groan of bed springs. The toilet flushing. Petunia's slippers on the stairs. Bang bang bang. Up. Get, the cupboard door rattled. Petunia's voice stopped mid-word. Harry looked down. The bird was awake. Its eyes were fixed on the door with a sharp, alert intensity that seemed far too knowing for something the size of a tennis ball. The door opened. Aunt Petunia stood in the hallway in her dressing gown, her long neck craned forward, her face already arranged in its usual expression of thin-lipped impatience. She opened her mouth, and then she saw the bird in Harry's hands, and every drop of color drained from her face. For a long moment, nobody moved. "What," Petunia whispered, "is that?" "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "He came last night. He was on fire." Petunia made a sound like a kettle that had been taken off the boil, a high, breathless hiss. She took one step back from the cupboard door. Then another. "No," she said. "No, no, no. Not in my house. Not," she looked at Harry, and for just an instant, her mask slipped, and what was underneath wasn't anger or disgust. It was fear. Pure, white-knuckled fear. "Get rid of it." "I can't," Harry said, and was surprised by how sure he sounded. "He's mine." "He is not yours, you ungrateful little," the bird opened its beak and sang. It was barely a note. A single, clear tone, like someone running a wet finger around the rim of a crystal glass. But it filled the hallway. It filled the house. It seemed to fill the entire world, and Aunt Petunia flinched as though she'd been slapped, and upstairs Vernon Dursley stopped mid-shave and cut himself, and Dudley fell out of bed with a thump. The note faded. Petunia was gripping the hallway table so hard her knuckles were white. Her eyes were wet, not with tears of emotion, Harry thought, but with the involuntary reaction of someone who'd been hit by something too big to process. She stared at the bird. The bird stared back. "Petunia?" Vernon's voice thundered from upstairs. What the ruddy hell was that noise? Petunia didn't answer. She was looking at the bird with an expression Harry had never seen on her face before, recognition. She knew what it was. "You know," Harry said quietly. "Don't you? You know what he is." Petunia's jaw tightened. For a moment, Harry thought she would deny it, the way she denied everything, his parents, magic, the truth about the scar, all of it shoved into a box and locked and buried. But something about the bird's gaze held her, and the words came out of her in a whisper, dragged like splinters from under skin. "Phoenix." Her voice cracked on the word. "That's a phoenix." Vernon arrived at the bottom of the stairs like a purple avalanche, toilet paper stuck to his bleeding chin, eyes bulging. "What's going on? What's the boy done now?" "Petunia, why are you?" he saw the bird. "What the bloody hell is that?" "It appeared in the night," Petunia said flatly. In our house." Vernon's face cycled through several shades of red. "Right. That's it. I'll wring its neck and put it in the bin. Move aside, boy." He reached into the cupboard. The air ignited. Not the bird, the air. A wall of heat erupted between Vernon's outstretched hand and Harry, and Vernon yanked his arm back with a yelp, cradling his fingers. They weren't burned, not really, the skin was pink, like a mild sunburn, but the message was unmistakable. "Don't." Vernon stared at his hand. He stared at the bird. He stared at Harry, and in his piggy eyes, Harry saw something shift, the calculating reassessment of a bully who has just discovered that his target can bite back. "Petunia," Vernon said very carefully, not taking his eyes off the cupboard. "Call someone. Call that man. The one who left the boy." "I don't have his number, Vernon. He doesn't have a telephone." "He's not," she gestured vaguely. "He's not normal." "Then write him a bloody letter. Send a pigeon. I don't care how, just get this thing out of my house before it burns it down." "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Harry said. Both Dursleys looked at him. Harry wasn't sure where the words had come from. He hadn't planned to say them. But the bird was pressed against his chest, and that warmth was still there, that feeling of home, of rightness, and for the first time in his life at number 4, Harry Potter wasn't afraid. "What did you say?" Vernon growled. "I said I wouldn't," Harry repeated. He looked at his uncle steadily. He was 7 years old and 40 pounds underweight and wearing a shirt that could fit 2 of him, and he looked Vernon Dursley straight in the eye. "He doesn't want to go. And I don't think you can make him." Vernon's face went from red to purple. A vein in his temple throbbed. His hand came up, the instinctive backhand, the one Harry had learned to flinch from before he could walk, and the air between them crackled and shimmered with heat, and Vernon's hand stopped 6 inches from Harry's face as though it had hit a glass wall. The bird wasn't singing. Wasn't making any sound at all. But its eyes were on Vernon, and they were burning, not with fire, but with something colder. Something that said, very clearly, "Try it again. See what happens." Vernon lowered his hand. "Petunia," he said hoarsely. "The boy stays in the cupboard. The thing stays with him. We don't touch either until we figure this out." The cupboard door closed. The lock clicked. Harry sat in the dark with the phoenix in his hands and his heart hammering and a grin spreading across his face that he couldn't have stopped if he tried. "I don't know what you are," he whispered to the bird. "I mean," she said, "Phoenix, but I don't know what that means, really. I don't know where you came from or why you came to me. But thank you." The bird chirped. The warmth pulsed. Harry leaned back against the wall of the cupboard and held the phoenix close and breathed. The letter arrived at Hogwarts by way of a frantic barn owl that crash-landed on Dumbledore's windowsill at 8:30 in the morning, a scroll tied to its leg in what appeared to be cling film. Petunia Dursley's handwriting was as rigid and sharp as the woman herself. "There is a fire bird in the boy's cupboard. It tried to burn my husband. Remove it immediately or we will contact the authorities." Dumbledore read it twice. Then he set it down, removed his half-moon spectacles, and pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose. So it was true. Fawkes had gone to Harry. He'd known it, had felt the direction of the fire, had spent the small hours of the morning working through the implications, but some part of him had hoped he was wrong. That Fawkes had simply gone wild, as phoenixes sometimes did between bonds, and would return in a few days looking sheepish and hungry. That hope was dead now. Dumbledore replaced his spectacles and stood. He crossed to the window and looked out over the grounds of Hogwarts, the lake glittering in the morning sun, the forbidden forest dark and breathing at the edges. In 4 years, Harry Potter would come here. He would walk through those doors and sit under the Sorting Hat and begin the journey that Dumbledore had mapped out for him with such painstaking care. Except the map was ash. Dumbledore turned from the window. He needed to go to Privet Drive. Not to take Fawkes back, that was impossible, and he knew it. A Phoenix bond, once formed, could not be broken by any magic known to wizard or creature. But he needed to see the boy. Needed to assess the situation. Needed to begin, somehow, to build a new plan from the ruins of the old one. He apparat to the corner of Privet Drive and Wisteria Walk at precisely 9 o'clock. The street was aggressively normal. Identical houses with identical lawns and identical cars in identical driveways. A postman making his rounds. A woman walking a small dog. Nothing to suggest that the most significant magical event in a decade had occurred behind one of those identical front doors. Dumbledore adjusted his cloak, he traded his usual robes for a muggle suit that was only slightly too colorful, and walked up the path to number 4. Petunia opened the door before he knocked. She'd been watching from the window. Of course she had. "You," she said. "Good morning, Petunia. May I come in?" "No. You may not." She stepped outside and pulled the door shut behind her, arms folded, jaw set. "I told you when you left him here that I wanted nothing to do with your world. Nothing. You promised me. I understand your frustration." Her voice climbed an octave. "There is a magical firebird in my house that tried to set my husband on fire. This was not part of the arrangement." "No," Dumbledore said quietly. "It was not." Something in his tone made Petunia pause. She studied him, eyes narrowing. Dumbledore knew what she saw, an old man who looked older than usual, who hadn't slept, whose hands were bandaged beneath his sleeves. Who looked, for the first time in her memory, uncertain. "What happened?" she asked. "The Phoenix was mine," Dumbledore said simply. "For a very long time. Last night, he left me and chose your nephew." Petunia blinked. "Left you? Why?" Dumbledore didn't answer immediately. The honest answer was too large and too damning to offer on a suburban doorstep. "Phoenixes are creatures of extraordinary perception," he said instead. "They bond with those they deem worthy. For reasons I am still attempting to understand, Fawkes, that is his name, decided that Harry needed him more than I did. Can you take it back?" "No." "Can you remove it?" "No." "Can you, I don't know, do something?" Dumbledore looked at the front door of number 4. Behind it, somewhere in that tidy, loveless house, a 7-year-old boy was sitting in a cupboard with a phoenix, and the world was tilting on its axis. "I need to see Harry," he said. Petunia's face hardened. "Absolutely not. Petunia, you don't get to show up and see him. You left him on my doorstep like a bottle of milk. You haven't checked on him once in 6 years. You don't get to." "I have checked on him," Dumbledore said, and the gentleness in his voice was precise, deliberate, the tone of a man who had spent a lifetime calibrating the exact pressure of his words. "More than you know. And I am aware of how he has been treated." Petunia went very still. "I made choices," Dumbledore continued. "About Harry's placement. About the protections around this house. About what kind of childhood would best prepare him for what lies ahead. Those choices required sacrifices, his, yours, mine. I am not proud of all of them. But I made them with the full weight of what I know about the dangers facing this boy." "What dangers?" The man who killed my sister is dead." "The man who killed your sister," Dumbledore said quietly, "is not as dead as either of us would like." The color drained from Petunia's face for the second time that morning. Dumbledore waited. He could have pushed, could have used legilimency, could have charmed his way past her, could have simply walked through the door, and the Muggle woman couldn't have stopped him. But he'd had enough of forcing things. Fawkes's departure had stripped something from him, not his power, not his intellect, but some layer of conviction that had always made the forcing feel justified. 5 minutes, Petunia said finally. "And then you leave." She opened the door. The house was exactly as he remembered from 6 years ago, but smaller, somehow. More cramped. More suffocating. Dumbledore followed Petunia down the hallway, past the kitchen where Vernon sat at the table with a bag of frozen peas on his hand, glaring murder. Past the staircase. To the cupboard. Dumbledore looked at the door. The small door, with its lock on the outside and its air vent at the bottom. He looked at it for a long time. "This is his room," he said. It was not a question. Petunia didn't answer. Dumbledore felt something cold settle in his stomach. He had known, intellectually, about the cupboard. Arabella's reports had mentioned it. He had filed the information away under regrettable but necessary. The blood wards required Harry to live here, and the Dursleys' treatment, while harsh, kept the boy humble, kept him from developing the arrogance that had destroyed so many powerful wizards. It was all part of the calculus. Standing in front of the cupboard door, the calculus felt different. He knelt, his old knees protesting, and tapped the lock with one finger. It clicked open. The door swung inward. Harry Potter sat cross-legged on a thin mattress in a space barely large enough to lie down in. He was small, too small for 7, with messy black hair and round glasses and vivid green eyes that looked up at Dumbledore without surprise, without fear, without any of the reactions a normal child would have to a tall stranger appearing at their cupboard door. On his lap, tiny and scraggly and fiercely alert, sat a baby phoenix. Fawkes looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Fawkes. And for a moment, just a moment, the old man's composure cracked. His eyes glistened. His breath caught. Because Fawkes was looking at him the same way he had in the office, just before the burning. With sorrow. With finality. With the gentle, devastating clarity of a creature that had loved him for a century and found him wanting. "Hello, Fawkes," Dumbledore whispered. The phoenix turned away and pressed closer to Harry. Harry watched all of this. His eyes moved between the old man and the bird, taking everything in, processing it with the quiet, sharp intelligence of a child who had learned to read situations the way other children learn to read books, because misreading a situation in the Dursley house meant pain. "You know him," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I do. He was yours. He was. For a very long time. Why did he leave?" Dumbledore opened his mouth. Closed it. For a man who always had the right words, the perfect words, the words that smoothed and deflected and guided, the question hit like a stone to glass. "I'm not entirely sure," he said, and it was almost the truth. Harry looked at him. Those green eyes, Lily's eyes, were steady and clear. "I think you are," the boy said. "I think you know exactly why. You just don't want to say." The cupboard was silent. Dumbledore felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time, the disorienting sensation of being seen through. Not by a peer, not by an enemy, but by a child. A 7-year-old child sitting in a cupboard with a stolen phoenix, reading him like an open page. This, a voice in the back of his mind whispered, is why Fawkes chose him. "You're right," Dumbledore said softly. "You're quite right. And one day, when you're older, I hope I'll have the courage to tell you." "People always say that," Harry said. "When they don't want to answer. They say when you're older." "I know. It's a terrible habit of adults." "Are you going to take him away?" "No." The word came out immediately, without calculation, and Dumbledore realized with a jolt that he meant it. "He chose you, Harry. That bond is sacred. I would not break it even if I could." Harry studied him for a long moment. Then he looked down at the phoenix and stroked one finger along its scraggly head. Fawkes leaned into the touch and made a soft trilling sound, content, trusting, already home in a way that twisted something deep in Dumbledore's chest. "What's going to happen now?" Harry asked. "Now," Dumbledore said, rising slowly to his feet, his knees creaking, "things are going to be different." He turned to Petunia, who was standing in the hallway with her arms folded so tightly she looked like she was holding herself together. "He needs a proper room," Dumbledore said. His voice was mild. His eyes were not. "A bed, a window, regular meals. He is not a servant and he is not a stray. He is a child in your care and he has a phoenix, and I suggest very strongly that you begin treating him accordingly. You can't come into my house and, the phoenix will enforce this whether I ask it to or not," Dumbledore said. "You've already seen what happens when Vernon raises his hand. Imagine what happens if Harry goes hungry. Or if Dudley hurts him. Phoenixes are patient, Petunia, but they are not forgiving." Petunia looked at the bird. The bird looked at Petunia. Something passed between them, some understanding that went beyond words, and Petunia's arms slowly unfolded. "The spare bedroom," she said stiffly. "He can have Dudley's second bedroom." "Thank you." Dumbledore walked to the front door. He paused on the threshold and looked back down the hallway. He could just see the cupboard, still open, and Harry inside it, holding the phoenix, watching him go. "I'll be in touch, Harry," he said. "Okay," Harry said. "Just that." "No sir, no thank you, no bright-eyed gratitude. Just okay," spoken with the careful neutrality of someone who had learned not to invest too much hope in adult promises. Dumbledore stepped outside and Petunia closed the door behind him. He stood on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, in the August sunshine, and he felt every one of his 145 years. The street was still aggressively normal. The postman was still making his rounds. The woman was still walking her dog. And everything had changed. He walked to the corner of Privet Drive, stepped behind a hedge, and disapparated. He landed in Hogsmeade and walked to the castle in the morning light, his mind already churning through contingencies, fallback plans, alternative approaches. He was Albus Dumbledore. He adapted. He overcame. He always found another way. But as he climbed the spiral staircase to his office and opened the door and saw the empty golden perch by the window, bare, cold, gathering dust in the slanting light, he stopped. He stood there for a long time. Then he sat down at his desk, pulled the empty drawer open, and stared at the ashes of his plans. Flakes of blackened parchment, the ghost impressions of his own handwriting still visible on some of the larger pieces. 7 years of work. The prophecy. The wards. The timeline. The carefully constructed path from orphaned boy to willing sacrifice. All of it ash. Dumbledore closed the drawer. He looked at the empty perch. He thought about a small boy in a cupboard with ancient eyes and a stolen phoenix, and the terrible, humbling truth settled over him like snow: Fawkes had not left because Dumbledore was evil. Fawkes had left because Dumbledore had stopped being good, had traded goodness for strategy, compassion for calculation, and hadn't even noticed the exchange until it was too late. The old wizard put his head in his hands. In a cupboard-turned bedroom on Privet Drive, Harry Potter carried a baby phoenix up the stairs for the first time, set it gently on Dudley's abandoned second bed, and whispered, "Welcome home." The phoenix sang, one clear, perfect note, and the room filled with golden light. And somewhere deep in the walls of Hogwarts, the castle shivered, as though something it had been waiting for had finally begun. Chapter 2. For Years of Fire. The first thing Harry learned about phoenixes was that they grew fast. 3 days after Fawkes arrived, the scraggly, chicken-sized bird that had fit in Harry's cupped hands was the size of a pigeon. A week later, a hawk. By the end of August, Fawkes was fully grown, a magnificent creature of scarlet and gold, his tail feathers cascading like liquid flame, his eyes bright and knowing and old beyond any measure Harry could comprehend. Dudley's second bedroom had been cleared out in a single furious afternoon, Aunt Petunia shoving broken toys and old video games into bin bags while Dudley wailed downstairs. Harry had tried to help, but Petunia had pointed at the door and said, "Sit," like he was a dog, so he'd sat on the landing with Fawkes on his knee and watched. The room wasn't much. A bed with a sagging mattress, a wardrobe with a broken hinge, a desk with cigarette burns from the previous owners. The window faced the back garden and let in a rectangle of afternoon light that Fawkes claimed immediately, perching on the sill like a sentinel. But it was a room. Harry's room. With a door that didn't lock from the outside and a window he could open and a bed long enough to stretch out in. He lay on it that first night with Fawkes on the pillow beside his head, the phoenix's warmth radiating through the cotton, and stared at the ceiling and couldn't sleep because he kept thinking it would be taken away. It wasn't. The Dursleys adapted the way all bullies adapt when the power dynamic shifts, grudgingly, resentfully, with the constant simmering threat that things could go back to the way they were. But they couldn't, and they knew it. Vernon had tested the boundary twice more in that first week. Once when Harry had been too slow bringing tea, and Vernon's hand had come up, not to hit, just to grab Harry's collar, and the air had shimmered, and Vernon's sleeve had started smoking. He'd ripped it off, cursing, and hadn't touched Harry since. The second time was worse. Dudley, not understanding the new rules, had cornered Harry in the upstairs hallway and shoved him into the wall. Fawkes hadn't been in the room. It shouldn't have mattered. But the moment Harry's back hit the plaster, a sound split the air, not a song, not a scream, but something between the two, a note so sharp and furious it cracked the hallway mirror. Fawkes came through the closed bedroom door in a burst of flame that scorched a perfect circle in the wood, and he landed on Harry's shoulder with his wings spread and his beak open and every feather standing on end like blades. Dudley wet himself. After that, nobody in the Dursley household touched Harry Potter. The food improved too. Not dramatically, Petunia wasn't suddenly serving him roast dinners, but the portions grew to something approaching reasonable. Harry suspected this was less kindness than calculation. Petunia had watched the Phoenix, seen what it did when Harry was threatened, and had apparently decided that malnutrition might qualify as a threat. She was probably right. Harry ate. He grew. Not fast enough, years of deprivation had stunted him, and he'd carry that smallness for a long time, but he grew. His cheeks lost their hollow look. His arms thickened. The dark circles under his eyes faded. And through all of it, Fawkes was there. The Phoenix didn't talk. Harry had figured that out quickly and stopped feeling disappointed about it almost as fast, because what Fawkes did was better than talking. He showed. It started small. Harry would be sitting on his bed, doing the homework the Dursleys grudgingly allowed him to bring home from school, and Fawkes would land on his shoulder and press his head against Harry's temple, and suddenly Harry would see something. Not with his eyes, behind them. A flash of image, a burst of emotion, gone as quickly as it came. A castle on a cliff, enormous and impossible, with towers like raised fists against a stormy sky. The feeling of flying, not in a dream this time, but real, the wind splitting around wings, the ground a patchwork quilt far below. A room full of children in black robes, laughing, their wands sending sparks into the air. An old man, the same old man who had come to the cupboard, the one with the silver beard and the half-moon spectacles, but younger. Much younger. Standing in a field of wildflowers with a blond boy, both of them laughing, and the feeling that came with this image was complicated, love and regret and something that tasted like ash. Harry didn't understand all of it. He wasn't meant to, not yet. But piece by piece, image by image, Fawkes was telling him a story. The story of magic. The story of the world Harry actually belonged to. The story of the old man who had left him on a doorstep and the reasons, terrible, tangled, human reasons, behind it. Is that where I'm going? Harry asked one evening, sitting cross-legged on his bed with Fawkes in his lap, staring at the afterimage of the castle fading behind his eyes. That castle? Fawkes trilled. The feeling was yes, not spoken, not even thought, just a warm pulse of affirmation. When? An image, Harry, older, stepping off a train. Robes. A giant man with a lantern. 11. Harry guessed. He was nearly 8. That's ages away. Fawkes nipped his finger gently. The feeling was patience. Easy for you to say, Harry muttered. You're immortal. The Phoenix gave him a look that was unmistakably amused. The seasons turned. Harry's 8th birthday passed without acknowledgement from the Dursleys, but when he woke that morning, Fawkes was sitting on his chest with a single golden feather in his beak, and the warmth that flooded Harry's body was the best present he'd ever received. School was a strange kind of purgatory. Harry had always been clever, you had to be clever to survive the Dursleys, but he'd learned early to hide it. Dudley didn't like being outperformed, and the consequences of making Dudley unhappy were severe. So Harry had coasted, deliberately answering questions wrong, keeping his test scores mediocre, making himself invisible. With Fawkes in his life, invisibility became harder. Not because the Phoenix came to school, Fawkes seemed to understand, instinctively, that appearing in a classroom full of Muggle children would cause problems. He stayed at the house during school hours, perched on the windowsill, watching the street with those ancient, patient eyes. But something about the bond was changing Harry from the inside. He stood straighter. He looked people in the eye. When Mrs. Henderson asked the class a question about long division, Harry's hand went up before he could stop it, and the answer came out clean and confident, and Mrs. Henderson blinked and said, "Very good, Harry," and Dudley glared daggers from across the room. Harry didn't get beaten up for it. Not because of Fawkes, the Phoenix wasn't there, but because Dudley's gang had noticed something different about Harry Potter, something they couldn't name but could feel, the way animals feel a change in the weather. He walked differently now. He held himself like someone who knew, with absolute certainty, that he was not alone. And that sureness was, to a pack of schoolyard bullies, more intimidating than any threat of violence. They left him alone. Not out of respect, out of unease. Harry used the space. He read. He read everything he could get his hands on, the school library, the public library, books salvaged from Dudley's discarded piles. He couldn't read about magic, not yet, but he read about everything else, science, history, mythology. He found phoenixes in a book of Greek myths and sat on the library floor reading about them with his heart hammering. A bird that dies in flames and is reborn from the ashes. Symbol of immortality, of renewal, of the triumph of hope over death. He looked at the illustration, a crude, cartoonish bird nothing like Fawkes, and smiled. Close enough, he whispered. At night, Fawkes continued his education. The visions grew longer, more detailed. Harry saw things he didn't always understand, a snake-faced man with red eyes, standing in shadow, a green flash of light, a woman with red hair, screaming, the same old man, Dumbledore, sitting behind a desk piled with silver instruments, his face grave. Fawkes never explained these visions. He offered them like puzzle pieces, trusting Harry to assemble them in his own time. Some pieces hurt. One night, a few weeks after Harry turned 9, Fawkes pressed his head to Harry's temple and showed him a street. Nighttime. A village with thatched roofs and a church steeple. A house with the front door blown off its hinges and green light pouring from the windows like poison. A man, tall, thin, dark-haired, lying crumpled at the foot of the stairs, his glasses askew, his wand still in his hand. Harry yanked away from Fawkes so hard he fell off the bed. He sat on the floor, breathing hard, his hands pressed over his eyes. The image was seared behind them. The man on the stairs. The glasses, round glasses, just like Harry's. "That was my dad," Harry said. His voice was very small. Fawkes landed on the floor beside him and pressed against his side. Warmth. Sorrow. "I'm sorry. You needed to see. Were you there?" A brief flash, Fawkes, perched on a window ledge outside the house, watching. Unable to enter. The dark magic too thick, too poisonous for a phoenix to breach. The feeling of helplessness. Of fury. Of grief so old and deep it made Harry's chest ache in sympathy. "Who killed them?" Harry whispered. Fawkes showed him. Not the full face, Harry wasn't ready for that, and the phoenix seemed to know it, but enough. Red eyes in shadow. A high, cold voice. A name that Harry couldn't hear but could feel, like a wound in the air. Is he dead? The longest pause yet. Then, a feeling like fog. Uncertainty. Not dead. Not alive. Something in between. Harry pulled his knees to his chest and stared at the wall. He was 9 years old and the truth of his life was settling around him like ash, not all at once, but in layers, each one heavier than the last. His parents were murdered. By a wizard. Who might not be dead. And the old man with the silver beard had put Harry in this house, in this family, for reasons that went far beyond charity. Dumbledore knows, Harry said. He knows about the man who killed my parents. That's why I'm here. That's why he put me with the Dursleys. Fawkes didn't confirm or deny. He just sat beside Harry, warm and solid and present, and waited. There's more, Harry said. Isn't there? More that you're not showing me. Fawkes looked at him with those ancient eyes. Yes. When you're ready. Harry almost laughed. Everyone keeps saying that. He climbed back into bed. Fawkes settled on the pillow beside him and began to hum, not a song, just a low, continuous note that vibrated through the pillow and into Harry's skull and smoothed the sharp edges of what he'd just seen. Harry's eyes grew heavy. Fawkes. A soft trill. Thank you. For showing me. Even the bad parts. The humming deepened. You deserve the truth. All of it. Harry slept. Arabella Figg filed her report on a Tuesday in October. She sat in Dumbledore's office, the same office, minus the phoenix, minus the warmth that Fawkes had always brought to the room, and twisted her hands in her lap and told the headmaster everything she'd observed over the past 14 months. He's different, Albus. Not just the phoenix, the boy himself. He walks differently. Talks differently. Last week I saw him in the garden reading a book about Greek mythology, and he looked up and caught me watching through the fence and smiled at me, and I nearly dropped my teacup. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his fingers steepled, his expression carefully neutral. Different how? Be specific. Confident. Not arrogant, not brash, just settled. Like he knows something the rest of us don't. The Dursley boy won't go near him. Vernon barely speaks to him. Petunia gives him meals and keeps her distance. It's like they're living with a wizard, Dumbledore finished. I was going to say a wild animal, Arabella said apologetically. Something they can't control and don't understand and are frankly terrified of. Dumbledore absorbed this. And the phoenix? Have you seen it? Glimpses. It sits on the windowsill sometimes, usually in the late afternoon. Beautiful creature. Watches the street like it's standing guard. She hesitated. Albus, there's something else. Go on. Mrs. Henderson, his schoolteacher, she told me at the shops that Harry's been excelling. Top marks in everything, suddenly, after years of middling grades. She thinks he was hiding it before. She said he answers questions like, Arabella frowned, searching for the right words. Like a much older child. Not the knowledge, the confidence. The way he speaks. She used the word uncanny. Dumbledore said nothing for a long time. He looked at the empty perch by the window. It was still there. He hadn't been able to bring himself to remove it. Thank you, Arabella. Please continue your observations. Of course. She stood, hesitated at the door. Albus? May I say something? You may. The cupboard. When I wrote to you about it, years ago, you told me it was, you said the wards required, I remember what I said. He's in a proper room now. Has been since the Phoenix arrived. Petunia moved him upstairs. She paused. It took a phoenix to get that boy a bedroom, Albus. Maybe you should think about what that means. She left. The door closed softly behind her. Dumbledore sat alone in his office and thought about what it meant. He thought about it for a very long time. Then he pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward him and wrote a name. Severus. Snape came on a November evening, wrapped in a muggle overcoat that looked like it caused him physical pain to wear. He apparat to the alley behind the chip shop on Magnolia Crescent and walked to Privet Drive with his collar turned up and his expression suggesting that little whinging was a personal insult directed specifically at him. He'd argued, of course. When Dumbledore had asked him to observe the boy, Snape had argued with the cold, controlled fury that was his default setting. You want me to spy on a child? I want you to assess a situation. Send Minerva. Send Hagrid. Send one of your innumerable sycophants. I have no interest in, Minerva would be recognized. Hagrid cannot be subtle. And I need someone who will report what they see, not what they wish to see. Dumbledore had paused. I need someone who understands the danger of a phoenix bond forming with a boy who carries a piece of, Snape's expression had changed. Just slightly, a tightening around the eyes, a flicker in the jaw, but Dumbledore had seen it. You haven't told me that before, Snape said quietly. A piece of what, exactly? You know what I suspect, Severus. Suspicion and certainty are different things. If the boy is carrying what you imply he's carrying, and a phoenix has bonded with him, Snape's voice dropped. The interaction between phoenix magic and that kind of dark artifact is entirely undocumented. You have no idea what might happen. Which is precisely why I need you to observe. So Snape had come. Not for Dumbledore, he'd stopped doing things purely for Dumbledore years ago, though neither of them acknowledged it. He came for Lily. He always came for Lily. Number 4, Privet Drive was exactly the kind of house Snape despised, smug, tidy, radiating self-satisfaction from every trimmed hedge and polished doorknob. He stood across the street in the shadow of a plane tree and cast a disillusionment charm that blended him into the bark, and he watched. The upstairs window, second from the left, was lit. Through it, Snape could see a small figure sitting on a bed, reading. Messy black hair. Round glasses. The angle was wrong to see the boy's face clearly, but even from here, the resemblance to James Potter hit Snape like a bludgeon to the sternum. He breathed through it. He always breathed through it. Then the phoenix appeared. It came from somewhere behind the boy, had been perched on the wardrobe, perhaps, or the curtain rod, and landed on the bed beside him. In the lamplight, its plumage was extraordinary, scarlet deepening to gold at the wingtips, tail feathers trailing like streamers of liquid fire. It was larger than Snape remembered from Dumbledore's office. Or maybe it just looked larger here, in this cramped muggle bedroom, like a bonfire in a matchbox. The boy, Harry, looked up from his book and said something to the phoenix. Snape couldn't hear the words through the glass, but he could read the boy's expression, fond, relaxed, the easy warmth of a conversation between old friends. The phoenix responded by pressing its head against the boy's temple. Harry's eyes closed. His face went slack. Snape recognized what was happening. Phoenix communion, the bird was sharing memories, images, emotions directly through physical contact. It was an ability documented in only a handful of texts, most of them centuries old. The bond had to be exceptionally deep for it to work. Dumbledore had never mentioned Fawkes doing it with him. Which meant the bird's bond with the boy was already stronger than its century-long bond with Dumbledore. Snape filed this observation away and kept watching. After several minutes, Harry opened his eyes. His expression had changed, there was something heavier in it now, something that didn't belong on the face of a 9-year-old. He said something else to the phoenix, and the bird trilled softly, and the boy smiled, but it was a complicated smile, the kind that contains sadness and understanding in equal measure. Then Harry looked out the window. He looked directly at the plane tree. Directly at the shadow where Snape stood, disillusioned and invisible. Snape's stomach dropped. The boy couldn't see him. That was impossible. The disillusionment charm was flawless, Snape's charms were always flawless. But Harry was staring at the exact spot where Snape stood, and his expression was curious, alert, the way a cat looks at a patch of wall where it can sense a mouse hiding. Fawkes turned to look too. The Phoenix's eyes found Snape with unerring precision, and this time there was no question, the bird could see through the charm, and it was telling Harry exactly where to look. Snape held perfectly still. Harry stared for a long moment. Then he turned back to his book, said something to Fawkes, and the Phoenix settled on the pillow beside him with an air of studied nonchalance that Snape recognized as a warning. I know you're there. I'm allowing this. Don't push your luck. Snape stayed for another hour. He watched the boy read, watched him get ready for bed, watched him turn off the lamp and lie down with the Phoenix curled against his side like a cat made of embers. The golden glow of Fawkes's feathers was the last light in the window before it faded to dark. He disapparated back to Hogwarts and went directly to Dumbledore's office. Well? Dumbledore said. Snape sat in a chair across from the desk and stared at the old man for a long moment. There were things he wanted to say. Things about cupboards and thin blankets and a boy who was too small for his age and whose eyes, Lily's eyes, carried a weight that no 9-year-old should know. The bond is deep, Snape said instead, keeping his voice clinical. Deeper than anything in the literature I've read. The bird is sharing memories directly, Phoenix communion. And the boy has developed some degree of sensory awareness through the bond. He nearly identified my position under a disillusionment charm. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Nearly. The Phoenix identified me. The boy followed its cue. But there was a moment, Snape paused. He looked in the right direction before the bird reacted. As if he felt something on his own. Interesting. Dumbledore's fingers drummed lightly on the desk. And the scar. Did you notice any reaction from the Phoenix when it was near? The bird was pressed against his head for several minutes. No adverse reaction that I could observe. But Albus, Snape leaned forward. If your theory about the scar is correct, then the Phoenix is in direct contact with a Horcrux fragment. Regularly. Intimately. Phoenix fire is one of the only known forces capable of destroying a Horcrux. If the bond deepens further, I know. Do you? Because if the Phoenix attempts to burn the fragment out, I know, Severus. The room went quiet. Snape studied Dumbledore's face and saw something he'd rarely seen there, genuine fear. Not for himself, Dumbledore had never been afraid for himself. Fear for the boy. Fear of what the Phoenix might accidentally trigger. Fear of what Snape's observation implied about the limits of his control over the situation. Good, Snape thought. He should be afraid. He looks like his father, Snape said, and the words tasted like bile. Yes. But his eyes, Snape stopped. His jaw worked. He has her eyes. Dumbledore said nothing. Snape stood abruptly. I'll file a written report. Is there anything else? Just one thing. Dumbledore's voice was soft. How did he seem? Beyond the bond, the magic, the observations. How did he seem as a child? Snape was halfway to the door. He stopped with his hand on the handle and didn't turn around. Like a boy who's been living in a cupboard for 7 years, he said, and has finally found someone who gives a damn about him. He left before Dumbledore could respond. Harry turned 10 on a Thursday. The Dursleys ignored it, as always. Dudley got a new bicycle for his birthday that year, his 4th, and rode it through the house twice before crashing into the hall table and shattering Petunia's favorite vase. Harry watched from the top of the stairs and wondered, not for the first time, how the Dursleys could be so spectacularly blind to the irony of giving a boy who could barely ride a bicycle 4 of them while the boy who could bond with a Phoenix got nothing. Fawkes gave him another feather. Harry had 3 now, kept in a small wooden box he'd found at a jumble sale. Each one shimmered with residual warmth, and when he held them, he could feel faint echoes of Fawkes's emotions, comfort, amusement, the bone-deep affection of a creature that had chosen him and would choose him again without hesitation. He'd changed more than he realized. The Muggle world still fit him. He went to school, did his homework, walked the same streets, breathed the same air, but it fit him the way a too-small coat fits a growing child. The seams were visible. He'd catch himself looking at things with double vision, the mundane surface and the magical reality underneath. The way static electricity wasn't always static electricity. The way some shadows moved wrong. The way certain places hummed with a frequency that made his teeth itch. Fawkes had shown him enough of the magical world that Harry could identify its fingerprints on the Muggle one. Mrs. Fig's cats, for instance, there were too many of them, and they were too organized, and one of them had followed Harry home from school 3 days running in a way that was less feline curiosity and more professional surveillance. Harry had stopped and looked at the cat. "Tell whoever sent you that I'm fine," he said. The cat had blinked, then trotted away. And there was the man on Magnolia Crescent. Harry had spotted him twice now, a figure that shouldn't have been there, standing in shadows that shouldn't have been that deep, watching the Dursley house with an intentness that Harry could feel even at a distance. The first time, Fawkes had identified the presence and Harry had followed the cue. The second time, Harry had felt it himself, a prickle at the base of his skull, a tightening in his chest, the instinctive awareness of being observed. He hadn't been afraid. The presence didn't feel threatening. It felt complicated. Bitter and sharp and layered with something that Harry, at 10, could only describe as very old sadness. He didn't know who the man was. Fawkes had shown him a flash of image, dark robes, pale face, black eyes, but no context, no name. The Phoenix's emotional response to this figure was ambiguous, wariness, pity, and a grudging respect that suggested complicated history. "Friend or enemy?" Harry had asked. Fawkes had given the avian equivalent of a shrug. "Neither. Both. It's complicated. Helpful." A trill of amusement. Harry let it go. He was getting better at that, at holding unanswered questions without letting them consume him. Fawkes was teaching him patience by example, and for a creature that had lived for millennia, patience was not a virtue but a way of breathing. But there were questions that wouldn't wait. The visions had grown darker as Harry aged. Not all at once, Fawkes was careful, doling out the harder truths in manageable pieces, but the trajectory was clear. Harry knew about Voldemort now. Not the name, Fawkes communicated in images and feelings, not words, but the shape of him. The red eyes. The cold voice. The snake-like face that appeared in Harry's occasional nightmares, always accompanied by a stab of pain in his scar. He knew his parents had been murdered, and why. He knew about the prophecy, not its words, but its weight. He could feel it in the way Fawkes showed him the old man, Dumbledore, poring over parchment at his desk, the lines on his face deeper with each passing year. And he knew, had pieced together from 100 fragments of vision and feeling, that Dumbledore had put him at Privet Drive not out of cruelty but out of strategy. That the Dursleys were part of a plan. That Harry himself was part of a plan. That the plan had burned when Fawkes chose him, and that the old man was scrambling, adapting, trying to rebuild. This knowledge didn't make Harry angry. Not yet. It made him careful. He started testing his magic deliberately. It had always been there, the accidental surges, the impossible moments, the things the Dursleys called strange. But with Fawkes as a guide, Harry began to feel the edges of it. Not to control it, not exactly, he didn't have a wand, and without one, direct magical manipulation was like trying to write with a boxing glove. But he could sense it. The magic in himself, in Fawkes, in the air around them. It had a texture, a temperature, a rhythm. Fawkes showed him how to listen to it. One evening in early spring, Harry was 10 and a half, the letter from Hogwarts still months away, he sat on his bed with his eyes closed and his palms flat on the mattress and reached. Not outward. Inward. Down into the core of himself, where the warmth of the phoenix bond lived like a pilot light. He found it. A river of something that wasn't blood, wasn't energy, wasn't anything he had a word for. It flowed through him constantly, had been flowing since before he could remember, and it was vast, far vaster than a 10-year-old body should have been able to contain. It moved in currents and eddies, sometimes calm, sometimes surging, and at the center of it, tangled up with the golden thread of the phoenix bond, was something else. Something dark. Harry's eyes snapped open. Fawkes was watching him with an expression of intense focus. "There's something wrong," Harry said. "Inside me. Something that isn't mine." Fawkes didn't look surprised. He looked like he'd been waiting for this moment. The phoenix showed him, gently. A flash of green light. A rebounding curse. Something tearing loose from the dark wizard and latching onto the only living thing in the room, a baby with a bleeding scar. Harry touched his forehead. "It's in here," he whispered. "A piece of him. In my scar." Fawkes trilled. The note was low and serious. "Yes. Does Dumbledore know?" A wave of feeling, certainty, calculation, a desk covered in parchment. "He suspects. Is that is that part of the plan? The one that burned?" Fawkes showed him something then that Harry wished he hadn't seen. A timeline. Not the literal document, that was ash, but the concept behind it. A boy raised in hardship, shaped by suffering, led step by step toward a confrontation he wasn't meant to survive. Not a person. A weapon. A delivery system for the dark fragment in his scar, aimed at the source and fired. Harry sat very still. He was 10 years old and the architecture of his own destruction was being laid out before him by a phoenix who loved him too much to lie. "He was going to let me die," Harry said. Fawkes closed his eyes. The feeling that radiated from him was the most complex thing Harry had ever experienced from the bond, fury and grief and a deep, exhausted compassion for the old man who had convinced himself that sacrifice was the same as love. "That's why you left him." "Yes. And you came to me because you deserve to live. Because there are other ways. Because someone needed to show you the truth before it was too late for you to choose." Harry's vision blurred. He wiped his eyes roughly with the back of his hand. "I'm not going to die for him," he said. His voice was steady. "Not for Dumbledore, and not for Voldemort, and not for anyone's plan. I'm going to find another way." Fawkes sang. One note, clear and fierce and full of something that Harry could only call pride. The room filled with golden light, and outside the window, the first stars of evening appeared, and somewhere in the cupboard of Harry's chest, in the space where fear and loneliness had lived for so long, something new took root, not anger, not defiance, but the quiet, diamond-hard resolve of a boy who had been shown the shape of his cage and decided to build a door. Summer came. Harry's 11th birthday approached like a train on the horizon, distant, then suddenly close. Fawkes grew increasingly alert as July wore on, spending long hours on the windowsill, his head swiveling at sounds Harry couldn't hear. "Something's coming," Harry said. Fawkes confirmed it with a flash of image, an envelope, thick and heavy, sealed with wax. A letter. Harry grinned. Hogwarts. He'd been waiting for this. For years of waiting, for years of preparation, for years of learning to listen to his magic and his phoenix and the quiet voice in his own head that said you are more than they told you. He was ready. The letter came on July 24th. Not by owl, by letters through the mail slot, which was how Hogwarts traditionally delivered to Muggle-raised students. Vernon saw the envelope at breakfast, recognized the parchment and the green ink. Petunia must have described it to him at some point, and his face went the color of old brick. "No," Vernon said. "Absolutely not." Harry looked at him across the table. He didn't argue. He didn't plead. He just looked, steady and calm, and waited. Fawkes was upstairs. But the air in the kitchen shifted, a subtle increase in temperature, a faint shimmer near the ceiling, the ambient magic responding to Harry's will in a way it had never done before. Fawkes, and Vernon's hand, reaching for the letter, stopped. "That letter is mine," Harry said. Vernon's jaw worked. His eyes flicked to the ceiling, where the shimmer was visible now, a ripple of heat haze in the cool morning air. He looked back at Harry. And for the first time, something that wasn't anger or fear crossed Vernon Dursley's face. It was resignation. He pushed the letter across the table. Harry picked it up. The envelope was heavy, the parchment thick and cream-colored. His name was written in emerald green ink in a hand he didn't recognize. Mr. H. Potter, the 2nd bedroom 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He turned it over. A wax seal, a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. Harry broke the seal. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He read it twice. The second time, he was smiling. "Right," Harry said, folding the letter and slipping it into his pocket. "I'll need to go shopping." Vernon made a strangled sound. Petunia, standing at the counter with her back very straight, said nothing. Dudley, oblivious, reached for another sausage. Harry went upstairs. Fawkes was on the bed, waiting, his tail feathers trailing over the side like a river of fire. Harry sat beside him and unfolded the letter again and read it one more time, letting each word settle. "It's happening," he said. Fawkes sang, a phrase this time, 3 notes rising, the sound filling the small room and spilling out through the window into the summer air. "Outside, Mrs. Fig paused in the middle of watering her garden and looked up, shading her eyes against the sun, hearing something she couldn't quite identify, but that made her heart lift unexpectedly. At Hogwarts, 400 miles north, Albus Dumbledore was eating breakfast in the Great Hall when a sensation hit him, a ghost of warmth, a phantom note, the echo of a song he hadn't heard in 4 years. His spoon stopped halfway to his mouth. Beside him, Minerva McGonagall noticed. "Albus? Are you all right?" "The letter has been delivered," Dumbledore said. "Harry Potter knows he's coming to Hogwarts." "Well, of course he does. We sent it 3 days ago." "Yes." Dumbledore set down his spoon and stared at his porridge with the expression of a man watching the first moves of a chess game he wasn't sure he could win. "But I rather suspect he's known for much longer than that." In the 2nd bedroom at number 4, Privet Drive, Harry Potter held his Hogwarts letter in one hand and a phoenix feather in the other, and he thought about castles and prophecies and the old man who had tried to map his life on parchment. "For years," he thought. "For years you gave me, Fawkes. For years to grow, to learn, to become someone who can walk into that world with his eyes open." The phoenix landed on his shoulder. His weight was warm and solid and real. "Now," Fawkes seemed to say. "Now it begins." Harry folded the letter, placed it carefully in the wooden box with the 3 golden feathers, and started packing. He didn't have much, a few changes of clothes, his library books, the box. The life of a boy raised in a cupboard fits easily into a single bag. But as he packed, his hands were steady, and his mind was clear, and in his chest, where the phoenix bond burned like a second heart, he felt something he'd spent the first 7 years of his life without: hope. Not the fragile, desperate kind. The kind with teeth. He was Harry Potter. He had a phoenix. He knew the truth. And he was going to Hogwarts. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley and the Sorting Hat. The Giant came on a Sunday. Harry was sitting at the kitchen table eating toast, real toast, with butter, because Petunia had learned that skimping on meals made the ambient temperature in the kitchen rise by uncomfortable degrees, when the doorbell rang. Then rang again. Then a fist hit the door hard enough to rattle the hinges, and Vernon's prized coat rack toppled sideways into the umbrella stand. Vernon surged to his feet, face already purpling. Who the devil? Harry was already moving. He'd felt it 30 seconds before the knock, a vibration in the air, a pressure change, the way the magic around number 4 shifted when something powerful came near. Fawkes felt it too. The phoenix had gone rigid on Harry's shoulder, his feathers flared, his head cocked. Not alarmed. Interested. Harry opened the front door. He had to tilt his head back. Then tilt it back further. The man on the doorstep was enormous, not fat enormous like Vernon, but tall enormous, easily twice the height of a normal man, with a wild tangle of black hair and a beard that could have housed a family of sparrows. He wore a massive moleskin overcoat with more pockets than seemed structurally possible and carried a pink umbrella that looked absurd in his dustbin-lid hands. The giant looked down at Harry. His beetle-black eyes went wide. Then they went wider, because Fawkes chose that moment to spread his wings on Harry's shoulder, and the morning light caught the scarlet and gold plumage and set it blazing. "Blimey," the giant breathed. That's not, Fawkes." "Hello," Harry said. "Are you from Hogwarts?" The giant blinked several times rapidly, dragged his eyes away from the phoenix with visible effort, and broke into a smile that transformed his whole craggy face. Yeah, I am. Name's Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. And you'd be Harry. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby." He sniffed loudly and wiped his nose on his sleeve. "Yeah, look just like your dad. But you've got your mum's eyes," Harry finished. "I've been told." Right, yeah." Hagrid was still staring at Fawkes with an expression of stunned wonder. "Harry, is that really, I mean," Dumbledore said, "but I didn't quite believe, it's Fawkes," Harry confirmed. "He's been with me for 4 years. 4 years." Hagrid shook his massive head slowly. "Well, I'll be Dumbledore's phoenix. Just sittin' on your shoulder like it's Tuesday. It's Sunday, actually." Hagrid barked a laugh that startled a cat 3 gardens over. Right you are. "Well, Harry, I'm here to take you to get your school things. Diagon Alley. You know about it?" "A bit," Harry said, which was an understatement. Fawkes had shown him fragments, a cobblestone street, shop windows crammed with impossible things, witches and wizards going about their business in broad daylight. "I know it's in London. Behind the leaky cauldron, yeah. Got everything on the list." "We should get going." Hagrid peered past Harry into the hallway and caught sight of Vernon, who was standing by the kitchen door with an expression suggesting he'd swallowed a wasp. "Mornin', Mr. Dursley." Vernon made a sound like a blocked drain. "I'll have him back by evening," Hagrid said cheerfully. "No need to worry." "I wasn't worried," Vernon said through gritted teeth. Harry grabbed his jacket. He didn't say goodbye to the Dursleys. They didn't expect him to. The walk to the train station was an experience. Hagrid moved through suburban Surrey like a boulder rolling through a china shop. People crossed the street to avoid him, dogs barked from behind fences, a postman dropped his entire bag of letters. Hagrid seemed entirely oblivious to the chaos he was causing, talking non-stop as they went. "Dumbledore wanted to come himself, you know. Said so. But I told him, well, it's tradition, isn't it? Keeper of keys brings the muggle-raised students in. Done it fair years." He glanced sideways at Fawkes, still perched on Harry's shoulder, apparently unbothered by the movement. "Though I've never done it with a phoenix tag jinned belong. That's new." "Dumbledore wanted to come," Harry repeated. "Not a question, a confirmation." He filed the information away. "Yeah, he's been, well." Hagrid's voice dropped to what he probably thought was a whisper but was actually the volume of a normal person's speaking voice. "He's been different, Harry. Since Fawkes left. Quieter. Don't think I've seen him smile proper in years. Not that he was ever, I mean, Dumbledore's always Dumbledore, you know. But there was a light about him, before. Think a lot of that was Fawkes." Harry said nothing. Fawkes shifted on his shoulder, his talons tightening slightly, a gesture Harry had learned to read as pay attention to this. Hagrid, Harry said as they reached the station. Can I ask you something? Course. How well did you know my parents? Hagrid's face crumpled. Not with sadness, with the effort of containing sadness, the way a dam holds back a river. Knew them well, he said thickly. Your dad was, well, he was a bit of a troublemaker, James. But good. Heart of gold. And, your mum, Lily, his voice cracked. He blew his nose into a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth. Your mum was the best person I ever met. Bar none. What did they think of Dumbledore? Hagrid frowned. Trusted him. Everyone trusted Dumbledore. He was, he is, the greatest wizard in the world, Harry. No question. That's not what I asked. Hagrid blinked. He looked at Harry, really looked, past the resemblance to James, past the small frame and the messy hair, and saw something in those green eyes that made him hesitate. They trusted him, Hagrid said again, but slower this time, as though testing the words for cracks. Lily. Lily asked questions sometimes. About the order, about the plan. She was sharp, your mum. Didn't take things at face value. And what did Dumbledore do when she asked questions? He answered M. Mostly. Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. Harry, I don't know what you're getting at, but Dumbledore is a great man. The greatest. You can trust him. I know he's great, Harry said simply. I'm just not sure that's the same thing as trustworthy. Hagrid opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, and was saved by the arrival of the train. They rode to London in a compartment that Hagrid took up most of, his knees pressed against the opposite seat, the pink umbrella laid across his lap. Fawkes drew stares from every muggle in the carriage, but each time someone looked too long, their gaze slid away with a puzzled expression, as though they'd forgotten what they were looking at. Phoenix magic, Harry thought. Some kind of natural concealment. Hagrid, Harry said as London materialized outside the window. The list says I need a wand. Ollivanders. Best wand maker in Britain. Only wand maker, really. Fawkes gave a feather for a wand once. 2, actually. Hagrid's eyebrows shot up. How'd you know that? Harry tilted his head toward the phoenix. Fawkes preened a wing feather with elaborate casualness. Right, Hagrid muttered. Phoenix told ya. Course it did. Yeah, Fawkes gave 2 feathers. One went into Dumbledore's wand, is the rumor, though he never confirmed it. And the other. He trailed off, his expression darkening. The other went into Voldemort's wand, Harry said. Hagrid flinched so hard he cracked the armrest. Don't say that name. Why not? It's just a name. It's not just a, Harry, don't understand. That name, I understand perfectly, Harry said quietly. He killed my parents. I know his name and I know what he did and I know what he is. Fawkes showed me. Hagrid stared at him. The train rattled over a junction, swaying, and in the harsh fluorescent light of the carriage, Harry looked much older than 11. Dumbledore didn't want ya to know all that yet, Hagrid said carefully. I know, Harry said. That's part of the problem. The leaky cauldron was dark, cramped, and smelled like pipe smoke and old beer. Hagrid led Harry through the front door, and the noise of London cut off as though someone had flipped a switch. A dozen witches and wizards sat at tables scattered around the pub, drinking, talking, reading the Daily Prophet. The barman, bald, gummy, stooped, looked up and smiled. The usual, Hagrid. Not today, Tom. Official Hogwarts business. Hagrid put a massive hand on Harry's shoulder, the one without the phoenix. Got a young man here needs his school things. Tom squinted at Harry. His eyes went to the scar, visible beneath the fringe of messy hair, and his jaw dropped. Bless my soul, Tom whispered. It's Harry Potter. The pub went silent. Harry felt it, the weight of every eye turning toward him, the sharp intake of breath, the sudden crackle of attention that felt almost physical. He'd known this would happen. Fawkes had warned him. But knowing and experiencing were different things, and the sheer intensity of it, the desperate, hungry hope in these people's faces, was staggering. Then they saw Fawkes. If the scar had made them stare, the phoenix made them gape. A woman at the nearest table knocked over her drink. An old wizard in the corner dropped his pipe. Tom the barman gripped the counter as though the room had tilted. Is that, someone started. It can't be, Dumbledore's phoenix, on the boy's shoulder, the whispers built like a wave. Harry stood in the middle of it and felt Fawkes's weight on his shoulder and let the moment pass through him without getting caught in it. He'd had 4 years to prepare for this. 4 years of knowing he was famous in a world he'd never visited. It didn't make it comfortable, but it made it manageable. Nice to meet everyone, Harry said. We're in a bit of a rush. Hagrid steered him toward the back before the crowd could close in. They passed through a courtyard, brick walls, dusty barrels, nothing special, and Hagrid tapped a sequence on the wall with the tip of his umbrella. The bricks shifted. Harry had seen this in Fawkes's visions, but the reality was different, bigger, louder, more alive. The wall folded open like a stone flower, and Diagon Alley stretched before him in a riot of color and noise and impossibility. Shops stacked 3 stories high, their windows crammed with cauldrons and telescopes and broomsticks and things Harry couldn't identify. Witches and wizards thronging the cobblestones, robes of every color, owls swooping overhead, a goblin standing on a street corner arguing with a house elf about the price of silver. Harry breathed in and tasted magic on the air, not metaphorically, literally. It tingled on his tongue like sherbet. Welcome, Hagrid said, grinning, to Diagon Alley. They went to Gringotts first. The bank was run by goblins, which Harry knew from Fawkes's visions but which still required a moment of adjustment when he was standing in the marble lobby being stared down by a creature 3 feet tall with fingers like knives and a smile that had nothing to do with friendliness. Hagrid presented a key, Harry's vault key, apparently held by Dumbledore for safekeeping, and a second, more secretive letter that he stuffed back into his coat before Harry could read it. Bit of Hogwarts business, Hagrid muttered. For Dumbledore. Harry noted this. Filed it. The vault, his parents' vault, was a revelation. Not the gold, though there was plenty of it, stacks of fat gold galleons, columns of silver sickles, heaps of bronze nuts. What stopped Harry in the doorway was the realization that his parents had left this for him. They'd known they might die. They'd planned for it. He filled his money bag in silence and didn't linger. On the way back up, the cart stopped at a second vault, 713. Hagrid climbed out, shielding the door with his body, and emerged with a small grubby package that he shoved deep into his coat. What's in the package, Hagrid? Can't tell yet. Hogwarts business. Top secret. Is it for Dumbledore? Harry, it's fine. You don't have to say. But Fawkes had gone very still on his shoulder, and through the bond, Harry felt a flash of recognition. The Phoenix knew what was in that package. And whatever it was, it mattered. They worked through the shopping list efficiently. Hagrid was a surprisingly effective guide once you got past the constant stream of anecdotes. He knew every shopkeeper on the alley and got Harry decent deals on everything from cauldrons to quills. Harry bought robes at Madame Malkin's, where a pale blonde boy was being fitted on the next stool. Hogwarts too? The boy said, eyeing Harry's reflection in the mirror. Yeah. Know what house you'll be in? I'm going Slytherin, obviously. Whole family's been Slytherin for generations. Father says. The boy stopped mid-sentence. He'd noticed Fawkes. His face went through several rapid changes, surprise, recognition, hunger. Is that a phoenix? Yeah, Harry said. Where did you get it? Father's tried to acquire one for years. They can't be bought, they have to choose you. That's what the books say, anyway. The books are right. The boy stared at him with new interest. Who are you? Harry Potter. The name landed like a stone in a pond. Madame Malkin's tape measure froze. The boy's eyes went to Harry's forehead, found the scar, and widened. I'm Draco Malfoy, the boy said, and there was something careful in the way he said it, not quite friendly, not quite challenging. A chess player's first move. We should talk. On the train, maybe. Maybe, Harry said, keeping his tone neutral. Draco was still staring at Fawkes when Harry left. They bought books at Flourish and Blots, ingredients at the apothecary, a telescope, a set of brass scales. Harry wanted to linger in every shop, the magic pressed against his senses from all sides, rich and complex and endlessly interesting, but he kept moving, kept focused. There was one more stop, and it was the one that mattered most. Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and dusty and crammed floor to ceiling with thousands of slim boxes stacked in towering columns. It smelled like old wood and something electric. A single spindly chair sat in the corner. There was nobody behind the counter. Good afternoon, said a voice behind them. Hagrid yelped and banged his head on a shelf. Harry turned, already aware of the presence. He'd felt the man's magic the moment they'd crossed the threshold. It was old, layered, shot through with the residue of 1,000 wands handled over decades. Mr. Ollivander was small and pale, with wide silvery eyes that reflected the light like moons. He looked at Harry. Then he looked at Fawkes. And his face went absolutely still. I wondered, he said softly, when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter. I remember every wand I've ever sold. Every single one. Your mother's, Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Lovely wand for charm work. Your father's, Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Excellent for transfiguration. He moved closer. His eyes hadn't left Fawkes. And I remember, Ollivander said, his voice dropping to barely a whisper, the 2 feathers. Fawkes tilted his head. His eyes met Ollivander's, and something passed between them, a recognition between craftsman and source, between the hand that shapes and the fire that gives. I gave those feathers freely, Ollivander said, because I trusted Albus Dumbledore's judgment. One went into a wand of you, 13½ inches. A wand of terrible power, Mr. Potter. The wand that gave you that scar. Harry didn't flinch. I know. Ollivander studied him. You know. Yes, I rather think you do. And the other feather, the brother core, sits in the holly wand I made 30 years ago. I've been keeping it behind the counter. I had a feeling. He disappeared into the back of the shop. Harry heard the soft shff of a box being pulled from a shelf, and Ollivander returned carrying a slim case which he set on the counter and opened. The wand inside was beautiful. Dark wood, fine-grained, 11 inches long. Harry could feel it before he touched it, a hum, a vibration, a pull like gravity. He picked it up. The shop exploded with light. Not destructive light, joyful light. It poured from the wand's tip in a torrent of red and gold sparks that spiraled upward and burst against the ceiling like fireworks. The boxes on the shelves rattled. The air sang. On Harry's shoulder, Fawkes threw back his head and let out a cry of triumph that shook the dust from the rafters. Harry felt the magic lock into place, the wand connecting to his core the way a key fits a lock, the circuit completing, power flowing in a clean, steady current from his heart through his hand through the holly and phoenix feather and back again. It was the most natural thing he'd ever felt. Ollivander was watching with an expression of rapture and terror in equal measure. Curious, he breathed. Oh, how very curious. The brother wand, Harry said. Voldemort's wand shares this core. Ollivander's hands trembled. Yes. The phoenix whose feather resides in your wand gave just one other, just one. He who must not be named did great things with that wand. Terrible, yes, but great. He paused. "I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter." "That's what everyone keeps telling me," Harry said. He slid the wand into his pocket, where it settled against his thigh with a warmth that matched the phoenix on his shoulder. "What I'd like is to decide for myself what kind of great." Ollivander blinked. Then, slowly, he smiled. "Your mother said something very similar. The day she bought her wand." Harry paid 7 galleons, and left. Outside, Diagon Alley was bathed in late afternoon light, the crowds thinning as shops began to close. Hagrid was waiting by Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, eating a cone the size of his head. "Get everything?" Hagrid asked. Harry patted his pocket. "Everything." Hagrid insisted on buying him a birthday present. Harry tried to refuse. The idea of someone spending money on him was still foreign enough to make him uncomfortable, but Hagrid was immovable. He came out of Elop's Owl Emporium carrying a cage with a gorgeous snowy owl inside, her amber eyes imperious, her feathers immaculate. "You'll need an owl fair post," Hagrid said. "Can't exactly send Fawkes with letters. Too conspicuous." Harry looked at the owl. The owl looked back with the regal disdain of a creature that considered itself the most important being in any room. "Hedwig," Harry said. The name came from a history of magic book he'd skimmed in Flourish and Blots. "Her name's Hedwig." Fawkes leaned over and chirped at the owl. Hedwig ruffled her feathers and turned her back. Fawkes made a sound that was unmistakably a chuckle. Harry grinned. They returned to Privet Drive by train. Hagrid folded into 2 seats, Fawkes hidden under Harry's jacket with only his tail feathers poking out, Hedwig's cage balanced on Harry's knee. The Muggle passengers gave them a wide berth. "Harry," Hagrid said as they pulled into the station. "I know ye've got Fawkes, and I know he's shown ye things. But there's stuff he can't show ye. Stuff that, well, that ye need to learn fair yourself. At Hogwarts. I know. And Dumbledore, whatever ye think about him, he's not a bad man. He's made mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. I know that too." Hagrid shifted his weight, making the seat groan. "Just, give him a chance, yeah. Don't go in with your walls up so high ye can't see over 'em." Harry considered this. "I'll give him exactly as much chance as he gives me," he said. "Fair." Hagrid sighed. "Fair." They parted at the corner of Privet Drive. Hagrid gave Harry a bone-crushing hug, wiped his eyes, blew his nose, and lumbered off into the evening, his massive silhouette gradually swallowed by the suburban dark. Harry walked home with an owl in one hand and a phoenix on his shoulder and a wand in his pocket, and the last days of his Muggle life ticked away behind him like a clock running down. Platform 9 3/4 on September 1st was controlled chaos. Steam billowed from a scarlet locomotive. Trunks were being loaded, owls were hooting, parents were hugging, children were running and shouting and generally behaving as though the world might end if they didn't find their friends immediately. Harry stood at the platform entrance with his trolley and his owl and his phoenix and took it all in. He'd gotten through the barrier easily. Fawkes had shown him how years ago, the image of the solid-looking brick wall between platforms 9 and 10, the brief rush of walking through it. No need for the running start that some families seem to prefer. Fawkes was tucked inside Harry's robes for now. They'd agreed on this, or rather, Fawkes had communicated through the bond that he understood the strategic value of not immediately announcing Harry Potter's phoenix to every student and parent on the platform. There would be time for that. First, Harry wanted to arrive on his own terms, form impressions without the distortion of spectacle. He loaded his trunk and found an empty compartment near the back of the train. Hedwig hooted from her cage. Harry opened the window and let in the cool September air and the noise of the crowd. "Anyone sitting here?" Harry looked up. A tall, gangly boy with red hair and a smudge of dirt on his nose was standing in the compartment door, looking hopeful. "Everywhere else is full," the boy added. "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy wrestled his trunk inside and collapsed onto the opposite seat. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's ears went red. Seriously? I mean, are you really, do you actually have the, his eyes jumped to Harry's forehead. Harry pushed his fringe aside and showed him the scar. Ron stared. Wicked, Ron breathed. Harry laughed. He couldn't help it. There was something so genuine about the boy's reaction, no calculation, no agenda, just pure, unfiltered amazement, that it cut through all the careful walls Harry had spent 4 years building. Is it true you blew up you-know-who when you were a baby? Ron asked. Not exactly. And you can say Voldemort. Ron flinched. Blimey, don't, most people don't say, I know. I say it anyway. Ron looked at him with a mixture of horror and admiration. You're mental. I think we're going to get along. The train lurched and began to move. Parents waved. Students hung out of windows. The platform slid away, and then London slid away, and then they were in the countryside, green fields, hedgerows, distant hills, and Harry felt the last threads connecting him to his old life stretch and snap, one by one. He and Ron talked for hours. Ron was the youngest of 6 brothers, and a sister, Ginny. She starts next year. She's gutted, from a sprawling, chaotic, poor, and clearly loving family. The way he talked about them, the exasperated affection, the competitive edge, the casual warmth, made something ache in Harry's chest. What about you? Ron asked, through a mouthful of chocolate frog. I mean, growing up with muggles. What's that like? Quiet, Harry said. Lonely, mostly. Ron looked uncomfortable. Sorry. Didn't mean to, it's fine. It got better. Harry hesitated, then made a decision. He reached inside his robes. There's something I should probably show you before we get to school. He brought Fawkes out. The phoenix emerged with a slight ruffle of feathers and a curious tilt of the head, looking around the compartment with the air of a king surveying new territory. His scarlet plumage caught the light from the window and set the entire compartment ablaze with reflected color. Ron dropped his chocolate frog. That's a, bloody hell, that's a phoenix. His name's Fawkes. A phoenix. You've got a phoenix. Ron, breathe. How have you got a phoenix? He chose me. When I was 7. It's a long story. Ron's mouth was moving but no sound was coming out. He looked like a fish that had been pulled from water and shown a magic trick. Fawkes, clearly enjoying himself, spread his wings to their full span, nearly filling the compartment, and trilled a single note that made the glass in the window vibrate. I think I need to sit down, Ron said. You are sitting down. I need to sit down more. The compartment door slid open. A girl with bushy brown hair and an already bossy expression stood in the doorway. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost. She saw Fawkes and stopped dead. Oh my God, she said. Yeah, Ron said weakly. That's what I said. Minus the God bit. The girl stepped into the compartment without being invited, her eyes wide, her hand rising involuntarily toward the phoenix. Fawkes regarded her with polite interest but didn't move toward her. That's a phoenix, she said. A genuine phoenix. I've read about them in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. They're incredibly rare, nearly impossible to domesticate. They choose their companions based on, she stopped. Looked at Harry. Looked at his scar. You're Harry Potter. Guilty. And is that Dumbledore's phoenix? I read that Dumbledore had a phoenix, it's mentioned in, he was Dumbledore's, Harry said. Now he's mine. The girl's mouth opened and closed several times. Then she straightened, pushed her hair behind her ears, and stuck out her hand. Hermione Granger. Harry shook it. Her grip was firm and her eyes were sharp and she was clearly the kind of person who wanted to know everything, which Harry found he liked immediately. Sit down if you want, Harry said. We've got chocolate frogs. Hermione sat. She spent the next 20 minutes alternating between asking Harry rapid-fire questions about Fawkes, most of which he answered patiently, and staring at the phoenix with naked wonder. Fawkes tolerated the attention with the grace of a creature that had spent a century in the company of Albus Dumbledore and could endure anything. Ron, once he'd recovered from the shock, proved to be exactly the kind of friend Harry had always wanted, funny, loyal, utterly without pretense. He didn't care about the scar or the fame. He cared that Harry liked chocolate frogs and didn't support the Chudley Cannons and thought his rat Scabbers was pathetic, which he was. Scabbers, Harry noticed, was staring at Fawkes with an expression that was far too alert for a sleeping rat. The phoenix stared back with narrowed eyes. Your rat seems nervous, Harry said. Ron glanced at Scabbers, who had gone rigid on his knee. He's always nervous. Pathetic, like I said. Can't do anything. Percy had him for years and said he was useless. Fawkes made a low sound, not his usual trill, but something darker, a rumble in the back of his throat. Through the bond, Harry felt a pulse of sharp, focused unease. Something about the rat bothered Fawkes. Bothered him deeply. Harry filed this away. The rat wasn't important right now, but Fawkes's instincts had never been wrong. The door slid open again. Draco Malfoy stood in the corridor, flanked by two large boys who seemed to have been selected for wit rather than intelligence. They're saying Harry Potter's in this compartment, Draco said. His eyes found Harry, then Fawkes, and the same hungry fascination for Madame Malkin's crossed his face. We meet again. Draco, Harry said evenly. You'll find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. Draco's gaze slid to Ron, dismissing him in a glance. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand. Harry looked at it. He looked at Ron, whose ears had gone scarlet. He looked at Hermione, whose jaw was tight. He looked back at Draco, and he saw, not just the arrogance, but the calculation beneath it. This boy had been sent. Maybe not explicitly, but his father's hand was on him like a brand, shaping every word, every gesture. Draco Malfoy was 11 years old and already playing a game that had been handed to him by someone else. Harry recognized the feeling. I appreciate the offer, Harry said. But I think I'll decide for myself who the wrong sort is. Draco's face tightened. His eyes went to Fawkes again, lingered there, wanting. You'll regret that. Maybe. But it'll be my regret. Draco turned and left. His two bookends shuffled after him. Ron let out a breath. That was Malfoy. His dad's, well, everyone knows about the Malfoys. They were you-know-who's biggest supporters. Claimed they were imperious after the war, but nobody believes. I know who the Malfoys are, Harry said quietly. Ron and Hermione both looked at him. He could see the question forming, how do you know so much? And he decided, then and there, that these two deserved honesty. Not all of it. Not yet. But more than he'd given anyone else. Fawkes has been teaching me, Harry said. For 4 years. Showing me things, memories, history, the truth about my parents and Voldemort and, a lot of other things. I'm not coming into this blind. I know more than Dumbledore thinks I know, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't spread that around. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. Something passed between them, an unspoken agreement, instantaneous, the kind of thing that happens between people who have decided to be loyal before they fully understand what loyalty will cost. We won't say a word, Hermione said firmly. What she said, Ron added. But Harry, if you know stuff about you-know-who that other people don't, that's dangerous. You know that, right? Yeah, Harry said. I know. Fawkes sang a soft note. The compartment filled with warmth. Outside, the sky was darkening, and the first lights of a village twinkled in the distance, and the Hogwarts Express carried them north through the gathering night. Harry's first glimpse of Hogwarts was from a boat on the Black Lake, the castle rising above them like a mountain made of light. He'd seen it in Fawkes's visions. He'd prepared himself for it. He was not prepared. The sheer scale of it, towers and turrets and bridges and battlements, 1,000 windows glowing amber against the dark sky, the whole structure perched on its cliff like it had grown from the living rock. And the magic. Harry could feel it from the lake, washing over him in waves, vast and ancient and layered with 1,000 years of enchantment. It pressed against his senses like standing too close to a bonfire, and Fawkes, still hidden in his robes, trembled with something that felt like homecoming. "Y'all get your first sight of Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called from the lead boat, and every first year who hadn't already been looking up turned, and a collective gasp rippled across the water. No more N4 to a boat. Harry shared with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced boy who was clutching a toad with the grip of someone who'd been searching for it all day. "I'm Neville," the boy said. "Neville Longbottom." Did something just move under your robes?" "Toad's nice," Harry said, changing the subject. "What's his name?" "Trevor. He keeps trying to escape." Neville sighed. "Gran says I'm not responsible enough for a pet." "She's probably right." The boats glided across the lake. The castle grew, filling the sky, and Harry felt the wards pass over him as they crossed some invisible threshold, a tingle, a hum, the sensation of being recognized by something ancient and aware. The castle knew him. Or rather, it knew the phoenix hidden against his chest, and through the phoenix, it knew him. They climbed stone steps. They entered a vast entrance hall. A tall, stern-looking witch with emerald robes and a tight bun met them at the top of a staircase. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "In a few moments, you will pass through these doors and join your classmates. But first, you must be sorted into your houses." She explained the houses. Harry already knew, Fawkes had shown him. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. Not just names, characters, histories, the values each house prized. He knew where his parents had been. He knew where Dumbledore had been. He knew where Voldemort had been. He didn't know where he would be. Fawkes had never shown him that. Some things, the Phoenix seemed to believe, had to be experienced. The great hall was overwhelming. For long tables packed with students, 1,000 floating candles, a ceiling enchanted to look like the night sky, and it did, perfectly, stars glittering in a vault of velvet black. At the far end, a high table where the staff sat, and at the center of the high table, Dumbledore. Harry found the old man's eyes immediately. Across the length of the hall, through the candlelight and the noise and the press of bodies, they looked at each other. Dumbledore's expression was carefully composed, mild, welcoming, the benevolent headmaster greeting his new students. But his eyes were watchful, and Harry could feel the weight of his attention like a hand on his shoulder. Fawkes shifted under Harry's robes. Through the bond, he's afraid. Of what you've become. Of what you know. Good, Harry thought. Professor McGonagall placed a stool at the front of the hall and set a battered, patched hat on top of it. The hat's brim opened like a mouth, and it sang, a long, cheerful song about the 4 houses and their founders that Harry barely heard because every nerve in his body was singing at a different frequency. Then the sorting began. Names were called alphabetically. Harry watched each student approach the stool, watched the hat be placed on their heads, watched the brief moment of deliberation, sometimes a second, sometimes a minute, before the hat shouted its verdict and one of the 4 tables erupted in cheers. Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool. The hat considered for a long moment. Harry could see Hermione's lips moving, talking to it, and then shouted, Gryffindor. Hermione beamed and hurried to the far table, where the cheering was loudest. Longbottom, Neville. The hat took even longer with Neville. The boy sat on the stool looking terrified, the hat drooping over his eyes, and finally, Gryffindor. Neville stumbled to the table with the hat still on his head and had to run back and return it amid laughter. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before screaming, Slytherin. Draco smirked and sauntered to the green and silver table. Harry noticed Snape, sitting at the staff table, give the Malfoy boy a tiny nod. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Not quiet, silent. The kind of silence that has weight, that presses against your ears. Every head turned. Every eye found him. The whispers that had been building since his name was called died as though someone had cut the sound. Harry walked to the stool. His footsteps echoed in the silence. He sat down. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. And the world disappeared. Well, 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 said a small voice in his ear. What do we have here? The hat's voice was dry, amused, ancient. It wasn't speaking aloud, it was inside his head, rummaging through his thoughts with the casual confidence of someone who'd been doing this for a millennium. Harry Potter. I've been looking forward to you. I've heard that a lot today, Harry thought. I imagine you have. Now, let's see, plenty of courage, yes. A good mind, sharp, strategic. And loyalty, deep loyalty, once earned. Where to put you? The hat paused. Harry felt it encounter something and pull back, surprised. There's a phoenix in your robes. His name's Fawkes. I know his name. I've sat on a shelf in his vicinity for a century. He never paid me any attention. The hat sounded almost offended. But I can feel him in your mind, his fire, his memories, woven into your thoughts like gold thread. This is extraordinary. I've never sorted a student with an active phoenix bond. Does it change things? It changes everything. You have the memories of a creature that has lived for millennia. You have insights that most adult wizards never achieve. And you have, another pause. Longer this time. Ah. You have something else. Something dark, buried deep. A fragment. Harry's stomach tightened. I know about it. The Horcrux. You know. Yes. I can see that. The Phoenix showed you. The hat's voice dropped. The fragment complicates things, Mr. Potter. It whispers to me of Slytherin, of ambition, cunning, a thirst to prove yourself. But the Phoenix fire has changed the tenor of those whispers. Where the fragment pulls toward darkness, the bond pulls toward light. The two are in tension. Extraordinary tension. So where do I go? Where do you want to go? Harry thought about it. Not reflexively, genuinely. He thought about Gryffindor, where his parents had been, where Ron and Hermione were sitting now, where courage and heart were prized above all else. He thought about Slytherin, where the fragment in his scar would feel at home, where cunning was a virtue and ambition was fuel. He thought about what Dumbledore expected and what Voldemort would hate and what Draco Malfoy assumed. Then he stopped thinking about other people's expectations and thought about himself. I want to go where I can grow. Where I'll be challenged. Where I'll have friends who see me as Harry, not the boy who lived. Where I can prepare for what's coming without pretending it isn't. The hat was quiet for a moment. When it spoke, there was something in its voice that hadn't been there before, respect. In 1,000 years, I've been asked for many things. Ambition. Glory. Belonging. You're the first to ask for growth. A beat. Better be, Gryffindor. The last word was a shout that rang through the great hall. The Gryffindor table exploded. Fred and George Weasley, Ron's twin brothers, started chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Hermione was clapping so hard her hands were a blur. Ron was on his feet, punching the air. Even Neville was cheering. Harry pulled the hat off and set it on the stool and walked toward the noise and the light and the sea of grinning faces. As he walked, he passed the staff table. Dumbledore was smiling, a wide, warm, grandfatherly smile that crinkled his eyes. But Harry had 4 years of phoenix-trained instinct, and he saw beneath the smile to the flicker of relief. Dumbledore had been afraid of Slytherin. Had been afraid of what it would mean if the boy who lived sat under the green and silver banner. Harry gave him a small nod, polite, neutral, giving nothing away, and sat down between Ron and Hermione. "That took ages," Ron said. "What was the hat saying to you?" "Trade secrets," Harry said, and Ron laughed. Under the table, hidden by the drape of tablecloth and robes, Harry released Fawkes. The phoenix dropped to his knee and then to the floor, where he sat beneath the bench in a warm, glowing pool of his own light. A few nearby students felt the heat and looked around in confusion. Harry let them wonder. At the staff table, Dumbledore rose to give the start-of-term announcements. His voice was warm and his manner was easy, and his eyes, when they passed over Harry, held a question that he didn't ask. "What did the hat tell you?" Harry looked back at him and smiled. Further down the staff table, Severus Snape sat with his arms folded and his expression carved from stone. He was watching Harry too, but differently, not with Dumbledore's calculated warmth, but with a sharp, searching intensity that cut through the noise and the candlelight like a blade. Their eyes met, briefly. Harry felt the same presence he'd felt outside the Dursley house, bitter, sharp, layered with old sadness. Snape looked away first. "Who's that?" Harry asked Ron, nodding towards Snape. He already knew, from Fawkes's visions, but he wanted Ron's version. "Snape. Potions professor. Head of Slytherin. Everyone says he's horrible." Ron shivered. "My brothers say he hates Gryffindors." Harry looked at Snape again. The man was staring at his plate now, his curtain of black hair hiding his face. Through the bond, Fawkes sent a complex pulse of emotion, old allegiance, buried grief, danger and possibility in equal measure. "Maybe," Harry said. "Or maybe there's more to him than that." Ron gave him a look. "You're weird, mate." "So I've been told." The feast began. Food appeared on the golden plates, mountains of it, roast beef and Yorkshire pudding and every kind of pie. Harry ate and talked and laughed with his new housemates and felt, for the first time, what it was like to belong somewhere. Not because he'd been placed there by someone else's plan, but because a 1,000-year-old hat had looked into his soul and decided he was worthy. Beneath the table, Fawkes hummed softly. The bench was warm. The great hall was bright and loud and alive with the beginning of things. And at the center of the high table, Albus Dumbledore ate his dinner and smiled his smile and watched the boy with the scar and the phoenix and the clear green eyes, and behind the smile, behind the twinkling spectacles, behind the carefully maintained facade of the kindly old headmaster, a mind that had outmaneuvered dark wizards and politicians and the entire international magical community for a century was working, calculating, adjusting. The boy knew too much. The phoenix had shown him too much. The carefully designed ignorance, the blank slate that would have accepted Dumbledore's guidance without question, that would have trusted and followed and, when the time came, sacrificed, was gone. In its place was something Dumbledore had not anticipated and did not know how to control, a boy who had been given the truth, or enough of it, and had used it to build his own foundation. Dumbledore looked at the empty space beside his chair where Fawkes used to perch during feasts, and he felt the absence like a missing heartbeat. Then he looked at Harry Potter, laughing with his friends at the Gryffindor table, and he saw, for just a moment, in the tilt of the boy's head, in the set of his jaw, in the way his eyes moved constantly, taking everything in, missing nothing, not James Potter and not Lily Evans but something entirely new. Something that hadn't existed until a phoenix made a choice in the dead of night 4 years ago. Something that might save the world, or might upend it, and Dumbledore honestly did not know which. He raised his goblet and drank. In the candlelight, beneath the enchanted sky, the first night of Harry Potter's magical education began. And somewhere under the Gryffindor table, a phoenix closed his eyes and slept, content. Chapter 4, The Headmaster's Game. Harry's first morning at Hogwarts started with getting lost 3 times before breakfast. The castle was alive. Not figuratively, literally. The staircases moved. The portraits talked. The doors pretended to be walls and the walls pretended to be doors, and one corridor on the third floor shifted position entirely between Tuesday and Wednesday for reasons that nobody could adequately explain. Harry had navigated the Dursley house in the dark for years without making a sound, but Hogwarts was a different kind of maze, one that changed the rules every time you thought you'd learned them. Ron was no help. He'd grown up in a magical house, but the Burrow's eccentricities were apparently nothing compared to Hogwarts. They ended up in a broom closet on the second floor before Hermione found them, already carrying a stack of textbooks and a hand-drawn map of the fastest routes to each classroom. "I made it last night," she said, unfolding the map on the nearest windowsill. "The staircases follow a pattern if you time them. Every 7 minutes, the east staircase rotates. Every 12, the west one, Hermione," Ron said. "It's 7 in the morning. So normal people are still drooling on their pillows. Normal people get lost in broom closets." Harry laughed. Fawkes, perched on his shoulder beneath a carefully applied notice-me-not charm that Hermione had found in their charms textbook and Harry had somehow managed to cast wandlessly on his second try, trilled in amusement. They'd agreed, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, that Fawkes should stay hidden during classes. Not secret, exactly. Half the school already knew that Harry Potter had arrived with a phoenix, thanks to the Hogwarts rumor mill operating at its usual supernatural efficiency. But there was a difference between rumor and confirmation, and Harry wanted to control when and how that confirmation happened. "It's strategic," Harry had explained the night before, sitting cross-legged on his bed in Gryffindor Tower while Ron and Hermione sat on Ron's bed across the dormitory. Neville was asleep. Dean and Seamus were playing Exploding Snap in the common room. "If everyone knows Fawkes is real, it changes how they treat me. Teachers, students, Dumbledore, everyone. I'd rather they react to me first and the Phoenix second." "That's very Slytherin of you," Hermione had said, not disapprovingly. The hat considered it, Harry admitted. Ron had choked on a Bertie Bott's bean. So Fawkes stayed hidden, and Harry went to his first classes as just another first year, albeit one that every corridor whispered about as he passed. Charms was taught by Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk and who toppled off them entirely when he reached Harry's name on the register. Transfiguration was Professor McGonagall, who turned her desk into a pig and back again on the first day and then spent the rest of the lesson making them try to turn matches into needles. Harry managed it on his 4th attempt, not the fastest in the class, but close, and McGonagall gave him a look that was equal parts impressed and suspicious. "Have you practiced transfiguration before, Mr. Potter?" "No, Professor." She studied his needle, which was silver and sharp and perfect. "Interesting." History of magic was taught by a ghost, which would have been fascinating if the ghost hadn't been the most boring entity Harry had ever encountered, living or dead. Professor Binns droned about goblin rebellions in a monotone that could have sedated a caffeinated hippogriff, and Harry spent the period feeling Fawkes doze against his chest and wondering how a school this magical could make history this dull. Herbology was better. Professor Sprout was warm and practical and covered in soil, and the greenhouses were full of plants that bit, sang, danced, and in one memorable case, tried to strangle Neville, who took it with remarkably good humor. But the class Harry was waiting for, the one that mattered, came on Thursday morning. Potions. The dungeons. Snape. The classroom was cold and dim, lit by jars of floating things that Harry didn't want to examine too closely. The Gryffindors filed in on one side, the Slytherins on the other, and the tension between the two groups was immediate and palpable, like static before a storm. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione and waited. The door slammed open. Snape swept in like a black wing, robes billowing, and the room went silent with the abruptness of a slap. He didn't shout. He didn't threaten. He simply stood at the front of the class and looked at them, and the quality of his looking was enough to make Neville shrink in his seat and Draco Malfoy sit up straighter. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class," Snape said. His voice was low, precise, each word placed with surgical care. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. He paused. His black eyes swept the room and landed on Harry. Then again, maybe some of you have come to Hogwarts in possession of abilities so formidable that you don't feel the need to pay attention. The room held its breath. Harry met Snape's gaze and didn't look away. "Mr. Potter," Snape said. "Our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry felt Hermione's hand shoot up beside him. He also felt Fawkes stir against his chest, a pulse of alertness through the bond. "The draught of living death," Harry said calmly. "A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death." Something flickered across Snape's face. Surprise, maybe. Or recognition. He'd expected ignorance, the setup was designed for it, the question deliberately advanced, meant to humiliate a first year who couldn't possibly know the answer. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Snape pressed. "The stomach of a goat. It cures most poisons." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant. Also called aconite." The dungeon was very quiet. Draco Malfoy, who had been smirking in anticipation of Harry's humiliation, looked like someone had cancelled Christmas. Hermione's hand was still up, trembling slightly. Snape studied Harry for a long moment. His expression was unreadable, that careful blankness that Harry was beginning to recognize as Snape's version of surprise. "It seems fame isn't everything," Snape said softly. "Full marks, Potter. Don't let it go to your head." He turned to the blackboard and began the lesson. Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "How did you know all that?" Ron whispered. "I read the textbook." "You read the textbook?" "First chapter. It's all in there." Ron looked at him as though Harry had announced he enjoyed recreational dentistry. Hermione, on Harry's other side, was glowing with the vindication of someone whose study habits had just been publicly endorsed, even if she hadn't been the one called on. The lesson proceeded. They brewed a simple boil-cure potion in pairs, and Harry found the work surprisingly natural, not easy, but intuitive. The way ingredients interacted, the way heat and timing changed the character of a potion, the careful precision required at each step. It was different from the loose, instinctive way his magic usually felt. Potions was architecture. Structure. Control. He was good at it. Snape noticed. 3 times during the lesson, Harry looked up and found Snape watching him, not with the hostility he showed the other Gryffindors, but with that sharp, searching intensity Harry remembered from the platform at Privet Drive. The man was studying him. Evaluating. Looking for something. After class, as the students filed out, Snape's voice cut through the noise. "Potter." "A word." Ron and Hermione hesitated in the doorway. Harry nodded to them, "Go ahead," and they left, reluctantly. The dungeon emptied. Harry stood before Snape's desk and waited. Fawkes was very still under the charm, but Harry could feel the Phoenix's attention sharpening. Snape sat behind his desk and steepled his fingers and regarded Harry with an expression that would have been intimidating if Harry hadn't spent 4 years learning to read people through the eyes of a creature that had watched civilizations crumble. "You knew every answer," Snape said. "Yes, sir." "You've read ahead. Through the first 4 chapters. The 4th chapter covers 6th-year material." Harry said nothing. Snape leaned back in his chair. His eyes went to Harry's shoulder, where the faintest shimmer of the Notice Me Not charm was visible if you knew where to look. "You can drop the charm," Snape said. "I know what's under it." Harry hesitated, then cancelled the charm. Fawkes materialized on his shoulder in a ripple of scarlet and gold, and the dungeon warmed by several degrees instantly. Snape looked at the Phoenix. The Phoenix looked at Snape. Whatever passed between them was private and silent and lasted a long time. "The headmaster asked me to evaluate you," Snape said finally. "To determine how much the Phoenix has taught you. How much you know. And what will you tell him? What would you like me to tell him?" Harry considered this carefully. It was a test, but not the kind Snape usually gave. This was a test of judgment, not knowledge. "Tell him the truth," Harry said. "That I know more than a first-year should. That I'm not dangerous. And that I'm not his to move around a chessboard." Snape's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "You think that's what he does? I know it is. And so do you." The silence that followed was thick enough to cut. Snape's eyes bored into Harry's, not legitimacy, Harry thought, or if it was, Fawkes was blocking it, because the Phoenix had flared his feathers and was staring Snape down with unmistakable warning. "Your mother," Snape said, and his voice changed, dropped, roughened, lost its cutting edge and became something raw. "Your mother was the smartest person I ever knew. She would have seen through Dumbledore in a heartbeat." He paused. "She didn't get the chance." Harry's breath caught. Through the bond, Fawkes sent a wave of emotion. "This is the truth, listen carefully." "You knew my mother," Harry said. "We grew up together. Before Hogwarts." Snape's face was very still. "She was my best friend. My only friend, for a long time." The dungeon was silent except for the soft bubbling of abandoned cauldrons. Harry looked at Snape and saw, beneath the severity and the bitterness and the armor of cruelty, something he recognized: loneliness. The specific, corrosive loneliness of someone who had lost the only person who mattered and spent the rest of their life standing in the wreckage. Harry knew that loneliness. He'd lived in it for 7 years. "She had your eyes," Snape said. Then he caught himself, blinked, and the mask slid back into place so smoothly it was as though it had never slipped. "You're dismissed, Potter. And for God's sake, keep the Phoenix hidden. This school has enough to gossip about." Harry left. He walked through the dungeon corridors with Fawkes on his shoulder and his mind spinning, because the picture he'd been building, of Hogwarts, of Dumbledore, of the forces arrayed around him, had just gained a new and unexpected piece. Severus Snape had loved his mother. And Dumbledore had used that love to bind Snape to his cause, the same way he tried to use Harry's orphanhood to bind Harry to his plan. The pattern was becoming clear. September bled into October, and Harry settled into the rhythm of Hogwarts with the efficiency of someone who'd spent 4 years learning to adapt. He excelled in class, not showily, not at the top of every leaderboard, but consistently and undeniably. McGonagall called his transfiguration exceptional. Flitwick said his wand work was remarkably intuitive for a first year. Even Snape, who praised no one and criticized everyone, stopped singling Harry out in potions and instead directed his venom at Neville, whose cauldrons had a tendency to melt at critical moments. Harry noticed this. He noticed everything. He noticed, for instance, that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death, as Dumbledore had announced at the feast. He noticed that Hagrid had retrieved a small package from Gringotts Vault 713 on the same day they'd visited, and that the Daily Prophet subsequently reported an attempted break-in at that very vault. He noticed that Snape's right leg was injured one morning in late October and that the man was limping, and that Snape kept glancing toward the third-floor corridor with an expression of profound irritation. And he noticed Quirrell. Professor Quirrell taught defense against the dark arts with all the confidence of a man who was terrified of his own subject. He stuttered. He flinched at loud noises. His classroom smelled strongly of garlic, which he claimed was to ward off a vampire he'd met in Romania. He wore a large purple turban that he said had been a gift from an African prince. The turban bothered Harry. Not visually, it was ridiculous but harmless. What bothered him was the way Fawkes reacted to it. Every time Harry came within 50 feet of Quirrell, the phoenix went rigid. His feathers flattened. His eyes locked on the turban with the focused intensity of a predator tracking prey, and through the bond, Harry felt something he'd never felt from Fawkes before: revulsion. Deep, gut-level, existential revulsion, the kind reserved for something fundamentally wrong. And Harry's scar hurt. Not the dull ache he'd grown up with, the background noise of the fragment in his head. This was sharp, sudden, and specific, a spike of pain that came and went when Quirrell looked directly at him. It happened in defense class. It happened in the Great Hall. It happened once in a corridor when Harry turned a corner and found Quirrell standing there, turban first, as though he'd been waiting. "P.P. Potter," Quirrell stammered. "What a surprise." The scar burned. Fawkes screamed silently through the bond, not a sound, a feeling, a blazing wall of warning that nearly knocked Harry sideways. "Professor," Harry said tightly, and walked past him. The pain faded with distance. He told Ron and Hermione that night, in the corner of the common room, voices low. "Every time I'm near him, the scar hurts. And Fawkes goes mental." "Maybe it's the garlic," Ron offered. "Phoenixes have sensitive noses." "Phoenixes don't have noses," Hermione said. "Beaks, then. Sensitive beaks. It's not the garlic." Harry rubbed his scar absently. "There's something wrong with Quirrell. Something under the turban. Fawkes can feel it." Hermione's brow furrowed. "Have you told anyone? McGonagall? Dumbledore?" "No. And I'm not going to. Not yet." "Why not?" "Because Dumbledore already knows," Harry thought. He could feel it, the shape of the game becoming visible, the way you can see the outline of a fish beneath murky water. Dumbledore had hired Quirrell. Dumbledore had placed whatever was in Vault 713 behind the Forbidden Corridor. Dumbledore had announced the corridor's danger in a way that was practically an invitation: "Don't go here, wink wink." Everything was too neat. Too connected. The break-in at Gringotts, the Forbidden Corridor, the nervous professor with the suspicious turban, they were pieces on a board, and someone had arranged them. "I want to know more before I make any moves," Harry said. "If Dumbledore's watching me, and he is, I can feel it, then I want to understand what he expects me to do before I decide whether to do it." Ron and Hermione exchanged the look that had become their default response to Harry's moments of strategic clarity, part admiration, part concern, part "you're 11 years old and you sound like a war general." "Okay," Hermione said slowly. "So what do we do?" "Research. The Forbidden Corridor. Vault 713. What's being guarded and why?" He looked at Hermione. "You're better at the library than anyone I've ever met. Can you dig?" Hermione straightened in her chair, eyes bright with purpose. "I've already started, actually. The third-floor corridor has been warded with at least 7 distinct enchantments. I counted the magical signatures when I walked past. And the break-in at Gringotts happened on the same day Hagrid took you to the vault. That can't be a coincidence." Ron shook his head slowly. "You two are terrifying." "We prefer thorough," Hermione said. Harry grinned. Then the grin faded. "There's something else. Snape knows about Quirrell. I've seen them arguing, twice, in the staff corridors. Snape grabbed Quirrell's arm after a staff meeting and said something I couldn't hear, and Quirrell looked." Harry paused, searching for the right word. "Scared. Not his usual nervous act. Actually scared. Snape's probably the one trying to get past whatever's in that corridor," Ron said firmly. "Everyone knows he's dodgy." "Maybe," Harry said. But through the bond, Fawkes sent a pulse of disagreement. Whatever Snape was, he wasn't the threat here. Halloween came. Harry smelled the troll before he saw it. The feast had been interrupted by Quirrell, who had burst through the great hall doors, screaming about a troll in the dungeons, and then fainted with a theatrical perfection that Harry found deeply suspicious. Dumbledore had ordered prefects to escort students back to their dormitories, and in the chaos, Harry had realized two things simultaneously. First, Hermione wasn't in the feast. She was in the girls' bathroom on the first floor, crying, because Ron had said something stupid about her in Charms class and she'd been there all afternoon. Second, the girls' bathroom on the first floor was between the dungeons and the forbidden corridor. "Ron," Harry said, grabbing his arm as the Gryffindors streamed toward the stairs. "Hermione doesn't know about the troll." Ron's face went white. "Oh no." They ran. The corridor outside the first-floor bathroom stank of blocked drains and wet dog, the specific, eye-watering musk of mountain troll, though Harry didn't know that yet. What he knew was that Fawkes had gone from his usual alert calm to full battle readiness, every feather standing on end, his eyes blazing. A crash from inside the bathroom. A scream, Hermione's scream. Harry hit the door at a sprint. The troll was 12 feet tall and gray as old concrete, with a tiny head and a body like a malformed boulder. It was swinging a wooden club the size of a tree trunk, smashing sinks off the wall in showers of porcelain and water. Hermione was huddled in the far corner, frozen with terror, her robes soaked and her face chalk white. "Oi!" Ron shouted from behind Harry. "Over here, you big ugly," the troll turned. Its tiny eyes found them in the doorway. It grunted. Harry's wand was in his hand. He didn't remember drawing it. The Hollywood was warm against his palm, and through it, his magic pulsed with a clarity he'd never felt before, not the diffuse, accidental surges of his childhood, but something focused. Channeled. Ready. The troll swung its club. Harry shoved Ron sideways and ducked, and the club smashed into the doorframe above his head, showering them with splinters. The impact shook the floor. "Move!" Harry shouted at Hermione. "Get to the door." Hermione scrambled. The troll tracked her movement, raising the club again. Harry pointed his wand and reached for the magic inside him, not gently, not carefully, the way he did in class. He pulled, hard, and felt the Phoenix bond flare in response, amplifying the current. Wingardium Leviosa. The club ripped out of the troll's grip. It hung in the air for a startled half-second, the troll blinking at its empty hand, and then Harry flicked his wand down and the club cracked across the top of the troll's head with the full force of its own weight times gravity. The troll swayed. Its eyes crossed. It toppled forward like a felled tree and hit the flooded bathroom floor with a crash that Harry felt in his teeth. Silence. Water dripping. Hermione's ragged breathing. "Is it dead?" Ron whispered. "Unconscious," Harry said. His arm was trembling, not from fear, but from the sheer volume of magic he'd just pushed through his wand. The levitation charm was a first-year spell. The amount of force required to lift a 2-ton wooden club and bring it down hard enough to knock out a mountain troll was not a first-year application. Fawkes landed on the unconscious troll's back and pecked its ear experimentally. The troll didn't move. "Harry," Hermione said. Her voice was very small. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet. Teachers are coming." They were. Footsteps, multiple sets, running, and then the bathroom door burst open and McGonagall stood there in her tartan dressing gown, Snape behind her with his wand out and blood on his trouser leg, and behind Snape, Quirrell, who took one look at the unconscious troll and sat down on the wet floor with a whimper. McGonagall took in the scene, 3 first years, a flattened troll, a flooded bathroom, and a phoenix perched on the troll's back like a scarlet flag of victory. "Explain," she said. Hermione stepped forward. "It was my fault, Professor. I went looking for the troll. I've read about them and thought I could handle it. Harry and Ron came to find me." The lie was smooth, delivered with just enough tremor in the voice to be convincing. McGonagall looked at Hermione, then at Harry, then at the troll. "Be that as it may, Miss Granger, it was an extremely foolish thing to do." She paused. 5 points from Gryffindor for your poor judgment. And 5 points to each of you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, for sheer dumb luck. She turned and swept out. Quirrell followed, his turban slightly askew. Harry watched him go and felt his scar pulse with pain as the professor's back passed close enough to touch. Snape lingered. His black eyes swept from Harry to the troll to the club, still lying where it had fallen, and Harry could see the man doing the math. A first year had levitated a club that weighed more than he did. The amount of magical power required for that was well beyond what any 11-year-old should possess. Snape said nothing. He looked at Fawkes, who had returned to Harry's shoulder. The Phoenix met his gaze. Something unspoken moved between them. Then Snape turned and limped away, his injured leg leaving a slight trail of blood on the wet floor. Harry looked at the blood. He looked at the direction Snape had gone, not toward the dungeons, not toward his quarters, but toward the third-floor corridor. "He's not trying to steal whatever's being guarded," Harry murmured. "What?" Ron said. "Snape. He went to the forbidden corridor tonight. He's injured, something bit him, by the look of it. But he's not trying to steal anything. He's trying to protect it." "From what?" Hermione asked. Harry looked at the door through which Quirrell had passed. His scar was still throbbing. "From Quirrell." November brought rain and the first Quidditch match and Harry's growing certainty that Hogwarts was a trap. Not for everyone, for him. Specifically, precisely, deliberately for him. He'd been piecing it together for weeks, the way Fawkes had taught him, not rushing to conclusions, but gathering fragments and letting the picture emerge. The forbidden corridor. The guarded object. Quirrell's suspicious behavior. Snape's counter-surveillance. The fact that Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in Britain, the man who had designed wards that could keep out armies, had hired a defense professor who couldn't walk past garlic without flinching, and had placed a priceless magical artifact behind protections that a group of talented first-years could theoretically breach. It was a test. A gauntlet. Designed for Harry. He confirmed it on a Saturday afternoon in mid-November, when he, Ron, and Hermione accidentally on purpose ended up on the third-floor corridor after Neville's Remembrall incident had led them on a circuitous chase that terminated, with suspicious convenience, in front of a locked door. "Alohomora," Hermione whispered, and the door opened. Behind it, a massive three-headed dog, filling the room, standing on a trapdoor. All three heads turned toward them. All three mouths opened. 6 eyes fixed on them with the single-minded focus of a predator that hadn't been fed recently enough. They slammed the door. "What?" Ron said, back pressed against the wood, "the hell is that doing in a school?" Guarding the trapdoor, Hermione said breathlessly. "Didn't you see? It was standing on a trapdoor." "I was looking at the teeth, Hermione. The enormous, child-eating teeth." Harry leaned against the wall, heart hammering, mind racing. A three-headed dog. He'd read about them, Fawkes had shown him memories of the Greek myth, Cerberus, and of the magical variety. They could be put to sleep with music. "That's one of the protections," he said. "The three-headed dog guards the trapdoor. Beneath it, there'll be more obstacles. A series of them, probably. Each one designed by a different teacher." Hermione stared at him. "How do you know that?" "Because that's how Dumbledore thinks. He doesn't build a single wall, he builds a labyrinth. Each challenge testing different skills. Strength, logic, knowledge, courage." Harry paused. The skills of a well-rounded first-year student. Ron's face went slack. "You think Dumbledore built this for you?" "I think he built it for someone he wants to walk through it. And I think that someone is me." "But why?" "Because whatever's at the end, whatever was in Vault 713, he wants me to reach it before Quirrell does. Not because he can't stop Quirrell himself. He obviously can. But because he wants to see what I'll do. How I'll react." Harry's voice was flat, controlled, but underneath it, anger was building, not the hot, explosive kind, but the cold, patient kind that he'd learned from Fawkes. It's a test, Ron. The whole thing. The troll on Halloween. A 12-foot mountain troll got past Hogwarts wards and Dumbledore's security and ended up in the same building as 1,000 children. Either Dumbledore's wards are worthless or someone let it in. Quirrell, Hermione whispered. He announced the troll. He's the one who told everyone it was in the dungeons. But it wasn't in the dungeons, it was on the first floor. He let it in as a distraction, Harry said. So he could go after whatever's being guarded. And the troll ended up near Hermione by coincidence. But the fact that it was in the castle at all means Dumbledore's security was breached, or Dumbledore let it happen, Ron finished. He looked sick. The corridor was cold and empty. The three-headed dog scratched behind the door, its claws scraping stone. I don't want to believe it, Harry said quietly. Dumbledore's not evil. Fawkes loved him for a century. You don't bond with a phoenix for 100 years by being a monster. But he is, Harry searched for the word. He's a chess player. And chess players sacrifice pieces. You're not a piece, Hermione said fiercely. Harry looked at her, at the determination in her brown eyes, the set of her jaw, the girl who'd lied to a teacher's face 30 seconds after being saved from a troll because she'd already decided that Harry and Ron were worth protecting. No, Harry said. I'm not. Not anymore. Fawkes, hidden under the charm, pressed against Harry's chest. Through the bond came something complex, pride, and warning, and a gentle nudge. Be careful. He's watching. Harry took a breath. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to figure out exactly what's being guarded and exactly what Dumbledore expects me to do about it. And then we're going to make our own choice. Together? Ron asked. Together. Ron nodded. Hermione nodded. And the three of them walked away from the forbidden corridor, leaving the three-headed dog to its trapdoor, 3 11-year-olds who had just decided, quietly and without fanfare, that they would not be pieces on anyone's board. Information came in pieces over the following weeks. Hermione lived in the library. She'd always lived there, more or less, but now she had purpose, and a purposeful Hermione Granger was a force of nature that made Madame Pants nervous. She cross-referenced every text she could find on magical protections, guarded artifacts, and the history of Gringotts Vault 713. Nicholas Flamel, she announced one evening in the common room, slamming a book down on the table with the triumph of someone who'd been hunting a name for 3 weeks. The package from the vault, it's the Philosopher's Stone. Ron looked up from his chess game. The what? The Philosopher's Stone. Made by Nicholas Flamel. It's the only known source of the elixir of life, a potion that makes the drinker immortal. Flamel is over 600 years old. Harry's stomach dropped. Immortality. Of course. That was what Quirrell wanted, or rather, what the thing under Quirrell's turban wanted. A way to come back. A way to cheat the death that Harry's mother had dealt him 10 years ago. Voldemort, Harry said. That's what's under Quirrell's turban. Some form of Voldemort. And he wants the stone because it can bring him back. Ron flinched at the name but didn't object. He was getting used to it. And Dumbledore put the stone here, Hermione said slowly, in a school full of children, behind protections that a motivated adult wizard could breach. As bait, Harry said. The word hung in the air. That's insane, Ron said. Dumbledore wouldn't, he's Dumbledore. He wouldn't use a school as a trap. He used a baby as a chess piece, Harry said. The anger was in his voice now, leaking through the control. He left me in a cupboard for 7 years because it was strategically convenient. You think he wouldn't put a stone in a corridor if it served the greater good? Ron opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. He had no answer. I need to talk to Hagrid, Harry said. He found Hagrid the next morning, outside his hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The gamekeeper was tending to something in a large wooden crate that was emitting worrying amounts of smoke. "Hagrid," Harry said, sitting on the pumpkin patch wall. "What do you know about what's guarding the Philosopher's Stone?" Hagrid dropped the crate. "How'd you know about the stone?" "Research. And you just confirmed it, so thanks for that." Hagrid's face crumpled with the realization of what he'd done. "I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that." "It's fine, Hagrid. I already knew. What I need to know is who set the protections." Hagrid wavered. His loyalty to Dumbledore was absolute, Harry knew that, could see it in every fiber of the giant man's being. But Hagrid was also honest, fundamentally and incurably honest, and the question was direct enough that lying would have required a skill he simply didn't possess. All the teachers helped, Hagrid admitted reluctantly. Sprout did something with plants. Flitwick did charms. McGonagall, transfiguration. Snape brewed something. Quirrell did some sort of enchantment. And Dumbledore himself put the last protection in place. What's the last protection? Can't tell ya that, Harry. Can't and won't. Harry nodded. He'd expected that. But the picture was complete now, 6 protections, each matched to a teacher's specialty, arranged in sequence from the trapdoor to the stone. A gauntlet of challenges. A gauntlet that, with the right combination of skills, 3 first-years could navigate. One brave enough to face physical danger. One clever enough to solve logic puzzles. One with enough magical knowledge to handle enchantments and transfigured obstacles. Gryffindor courage. Ravenclaw logic. A boy with a phoenix and 4 years of preparation. Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The pieces Dumbledore had been positioning since the night Fawkes left. Hagrid, Harry said carefully. Did Dumbledore tell you to take me to Gringotts on my birthday? Specifically Vault 713. Well, yeah. Had to pick up look, Harry, Dumbledore's got his reasons, I know he does. I'm just trying to understand them. Hagrid looked at Harry with an expression of pained conflict, the expression of a man who loved Dumbledore unconditionally and was beginning, painfully, to suspect that unconditional love might not be the same as unconditional trust. He's a great man, Harry, Hagrid said. The greatest. I know, Harry said. That's what makes this complicated. He left Hagrid sitting by his crate of smoking something and walked back to the castle with Fawkes warm against his chest and his mind turning over the shape of Dumbledore's game. The old man wanted Harry to go through the trapdoor. Wanted him to face the protections, reach the stone, and confront Quirrell, confront Voldemort. Not because Dumbledore couldn't handle Quirrell himself, but because this was year 1 of the education Dumbledore had designed. The first test. The first step on the path toward the final confrontation that the prophecy demanded. The path that ended with Harry walking willingly to his own death. Harry stopped in the entrance hall. Students flowed around him, chattering, oblivious. The ceiling soared above, vaulted and ancient, and the magic of the castle hummed in the stones beneath his feet. He could refuse. He could walk away, ignore the corridor, let Dumbledore deal with Quirrell himself. It would be the smart move, the safe move. But Fawkes was sending him something through the bond. Not an instruction, not a warning. A question. If you walk away, and Quirrell gets the stone, and Voldemort returns, who pays the price? Not Harry. Not Dumbledore. The students around him. The families they came from. The world that had barely survived the last war. Harry closed his eyes. The difference between being a pawn and being a player wasn't about whether you moved across the board. It was about whether the move was yours. When the time comes, Harry murmured, so softly that only Fawkes could hear, we go through. But we go on our terms. Not his. Fawkes trilled. One note, quiet and fierce. Yes. Draco Malfoy found Harry in the library 2 days before the Christmas holidays. Harry was alone, Ron was at chess club, Hermione was cross-referencing something in the restricted section with a note from McGonagall, and Malfoy appeared at his table like a pale blonde apparition, sliding into the opposite chair without invitation. Potter. Malfoy. Draco set a book on the table between them. It was old, leather-bound, with a title in faded gold, Phoenixes and Their Bonds, A History of Magical Communion. Restricted section, Draco said. Father sent it. His personal collection. Harry looked at the book, then at Draco. Why? Draco's expression was carefully neutral, the mask of a boy trained from birth to reveal nothing without tactical purpose. But beneath the mask, Harry could see the same hunger he'd noticed at Madame Malkin's. Not greed, fascination. Draco Malfoy was genuinely, painfully fascinated by phoenixes. Consider it a gesture of goodwill, Draco said. Your father's goodwill or yours? Something flickered across Draco's face, annoyance, and beneath it, the briefest flash of vulnerability. Mine. Father doesn't know I'm here. Harry studied him. Through the bond, Fawkes was sending mixed signals, wariness, but not hostility. The Phoenix had learned to read people over millennia, and what he was reading in Draco Malfoy was apparently complicated enough to suspend judgment. What do you want in return? Harry asked. Information. Father's told me everything he knows about phoenixes, which isn't much. The books are mostly rubbish, legends and myths. I want to know what it's actually like. The bond. What it feels like. Why? Draco's jaw tightened. For a moment, Harry thought he'd leave, pride overriding curiosity, the Malfoy reflex. But then Draco's shoulders dropped a fraction of an inch, and he said, very quietly, because I've never seen anything that beautiful, and I want to understand it. Harry felt Fawkes shift against his chest. The Phoenix's wariness softened into something almost like sympathy. Whatever else Draco Malfoy was, spoiled, arrogant, trained to be his father's echo, there was something genuine underneath. Something that recognized beauty and ached for it. I'll tell you some things, Harry said. Not everything. And if I find out you've reported any of it to your father, the conversation ends permanently. Deal. They talked for an hour. Harry told Draco about the bond, edited, careful, revealing the texture without the specifics. What it felt like to have a phoenix in your mind. How the warmth worked. The way Fawkes communicated through emotion rather than language. Draco listened with an intensity that transformed his face, stripping away the sneer and the swagger and leaving something younger and more honest underneath. He asked smart questions, about the magical mechanics, the history, the limits of the bond, and Harry found himself almost enjoying the conversation. Your father was a Death Eater, Harry said, near the end. Draco's expression snapped shut like a book. He was imperious. We both know that's not true. Silence. Draco's hands were flat on the table, his fingers white. I'm not my father, Draco said. I know. That's why I'm still talking to you. Draco stared at him for a long moment. Then he stood, picked up the Phoenix book, and set it in front of Harry. Keep it. I've already read it. He left without another word. Harry watched him go. Through the bond, Fawkes hummed thoughtfully. I know, Harry said. He's complicated. A pulse of agreement. And something else, a sense of possibility, faint but real, like the first green shoot pushing through scorched earth. Harry picked up the book and opened it. On the first page, in faded ink, someone had written, a phoenix chooses not the purest heart, but the one most in need of light. Harry read the words twice. Then he closed the book and held it against his chest, and in the quiet of the library, with the snow beginning to fall outside and the castle settling into its winter silence, he felt the pieces of his first term at Hogwarts click into place around him, friends and enemies and the vast grey territory between, the game Dumbledore was playing and the game Harry was learning to play in return, the shadow of Voldemort and the warmth of the phoenix and the cold, clear knowledge that the hardest choices were still ahead. He was 11 years old. He was a chess piece that had learned to see the board. And the game was just beginning. Chapter 5, Ashes of the Greater Good. Christmas morning at Hogwarts was the kind of thing that happened to other people. That was Harry's first thought when he woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed, actual presents, wrapped in actual paper, with actual tags bearing his actual name. He lay under the covers and stared at them for a full minute, waiting for the trick, the catch, the Dursley-shaped punchline. Fawkes, perched on the headboard, nudged him with his beak. "They're real. Open them." Ron was already tearing into his own pile across the dormitory, still in his pajamas, making sounds of appreciation at a hand-knitted jumper in maroon wool. "Mum makes one every year," Ron said, pulling it over his head. It had a large R on the front. "She's made you one too, look." Harry found the package. Inside, a thick, emerald green jumper with an H on the chest, and a box of homemade fudge. A note in round, warm handwriting: "Harry dear, Ron's told us all about you. Happy Christmas. Love, Molly Weasley." Harry held the jumper and read the note 3 times and swallowed something that had lodged in his throat. "Your mum didn't have to." "Yeah, she did. It's what she does. She'd have adopted you by now if Dumbledore'd let her." Ron grinned. "The fudge is brilliant, by the way. Don't let the twins near it." There were other presents. Hermione had sent him a book, Quidditch Through the Ages, with a note that read, "I know you're not on the team yet, but Ron says you fly like your father, and I thought you'd want to understand the sport from a theoretical perspective. Happy Christmas." Ron had sent chocolate frogs. Hagrid had sent a roughly carved wooden flute that wheezed slightly when you blew into it. And there was one more package. No tag. No card. Just brown paper and a note in handwriting Harry didn't recognize, thin, slanted, elegant. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Inside, a cloak. Fluid, silver, shimmering like water in moonlight. Harry picked it up and felt it slide through his fingers like liquid, impossibly light, impossibly smooth. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. "Harry, that's an invisibility cloak. Those are really rare, really, really rare." "Who sent it?" Harry looked at the note. The handwriting was careful, but the message was unsigned. He didn't need a signature. He'd seen that handwriting before, in the visions Fawkes had shown him, on parchment and letters and documents spread across a desk in a tower office. "Dumbledore. Your father left this in my possession." Left it, or had it taken? Harry's father had been in hiding, under the Fidelius charm, trusting Dumbledore with his family's safety. Had James Potter really left the cloak with the headmaster, or had Dumbledore simply never returned it? And why give it back now? On Christmas morning, with no explanation, with a note that practically invited Harry to sneak around the castle after dark. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. "Through the bond, it's a gift. And it's a tool. And it's a test. All 3 at once." "Who's it from?" Ron asked. "Dumbledore," Harry said. He swung the cloak over his shoulders and watched his body vanish. Ron's jaw dropped. "He wants me to use it." "Use it for what?" Harry thought about the forbidden corridor. The protections. The stone. The game that Dumbledore had been building all term, each piece nudged into position with the gentle, invisible hand of a man who'd spent a century moving people like chess pieces. An invisibility cloak would let Harry go anywhere in the castle unseen. Would let him explore the forbidden corridor. Would let him investigate Quirrell, Snape, the protections, the stone. Dumbledore was handing him the means. Use it well. "Everything," Harry said. Christmas dinner was a feast that could have fed a small army, which, given the Weasley twins' appetites, was probably necessary. Only a handful of students had stayed for the holidays, Harry, the Weasley brothers, a few upper years, and a scattering of students from other houses. The great hall had been decorated with 12 enormous Christmas trees, icicles enchanting the ceiling, and crackers that actually banged and produced top hats and live mice. Dumbledore wore a flowered bonnet from a cracker and seemed genuinely delighted by it. Harry watched him across the hall, the old man pulling crackers with students, laughing at jokes, radiating warmth and goodwill like a fire in winter, and tried to reconcile this person with the one who had left him in a cupboard and designed a gauntlet of death traps in a school. He couldn't. That was the problem. Dumbledore wasn't one thing. He was 100 things at once, kind and calculating, generous and manipulative, genuinely loving and breathtakingly willing to spend the people he loved like currency. Fawkes had bonded with him for a century, which meant there was real goodness in the man. But the goodness had become entangled with something else, something harder and colder, and the two had grown together so completely that Dumbledore himself might not be able to tell them apart anymore. After dinner, Harry waited until the common room emptied and everyone drifted to bed, drunk on turkey and treacle tart. Then he pulled the invisibility cloak from his trunk and wrapped it around himself and slipped out through the portrait hole. The castle at night was a different creature. The corridors were silver with moonlight, the portraits snoring in their frames, the suits of armor standing sentinel in pools of shadow. Harry moved silently, years of practice in the Dursley house made him a ghost even without the cloak, and Fawkes rode his shoulder beneath the shimmering fabric, invisible and alert. He didn't go to the forbidden corridor. Dumbledore expected that, and Harry had decided weeks ago that he would not do what was expected until he understood why it was expected. Instead, he followed an instinct, or rather, he followed Fawkes, who was guiding him through the bond with gentle nudges of direction. Left at the statue. Down the stairs. Through the corridor with the landscape paintings. Right at the suit of armor with the dented helmet. He ended up in front of a door he'd never seen before. It was unremarkable, oak, iron-banded, identical to 100 other doors in the castle. But the air around it hummed with enchantment, and Fawkes was vibrating against his shoulder with an intensity that Harry hadn't felt since the night the Phoenix had arrived in his cupboard. Harry opened the door. The room beyond was empty except for a mirror. It stood in the center of the space, floor to ceiling, framed in ornate gold. An inscription was carved across the top, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. Harry stepped closer. He could feel the magic rolling off the mirror in waves, deep, old, layered magic, the kind that predated the castle itself. This was an artifact of enormous power. Not dangerous, exactly, but vast. Like standing at the edge of a cliff and feeling the pull. He looked into the glass. For a moment, he saw himself, thin, messy-haired, glasses glinting in the moonlight. Then the reflection shifted. His mother appeared first. Standing behind him, her hand on his shoulder, her red hair falling past her shoulders and her green eyes, his eyes, her eyes, bright with love. His father appeared next, on the other side, taller than Harry, spectacles slightly crooked, grinning with a reckless warmth that Harry recognized from Fawkes's visions. They were looking at him. At him. Not through him, not past him, not at some idealized version of him. They saw their son and they were proud and they were here and they were, Harry's hand pressed flat against the glass. It was cold. Just glass. Just a mirror. They weren't real. He knew that. He knew it in his bones. But the pull was extraordinary, a gravitational force that made his chest ache and his eyes burn and his hand press harder against the glass as though he could push through it, step into the reflection, be the boy with the family who had never been taken from him. Fawkes sang. One note. Soft, clear, devastating in its gentleness. The sound cut through the mirror's pull like a blade through fog, and Harry gasped and stepped back, breathing hard. The reflection wavered. His parents faded. But before they vanished, the image changed, and Harry saw something else. Himself. Older, not by much, maybe 16 or 17. standing in a field of long grass under a sky full of stars. No glasses. The scar on his forehead was gone. He was holding a wand in one hand, and in the other, he was holding nothing. But the older Harry's face was calm, and his eyes were clear, and he looked like someone who had come through fire and found the other side. Fawkes was on his shoulder in the reflection. Older Fawkes, brighter, his plumage blazing. And behind them, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and others Harry didn't recognize. Not a family of blood. A family of choice. The image steadied, held, and then faded. Harry stood alone in the room with the mirror. He understood what he'd seen. The mirror showed desire. I show not your face but your heart's desire. His deepest want wasn't his parents. Not anymore. It was himself, whole, healed, free. The scar gone. The fragment removed. The war won. Not through sacrifice, but through survival. The mirror of Erist had just shown him that his greatest desire was to live. And Dumbledore had put this mirror here. In a room that Harry, with his new invisibility cloak and his Phoenix guide, would inevitably find. The door behind him opened. I see you found the mirror of Erist, said Albus Dumbledore. Harry didn't turn. He'd felt Dumbledore approaching, or rather, Fawkes had felt him and sent the warning through the bond. Harry had chosen to stay. Dumbledore stepped into the room. He was wearing a deep purple dressing gown over his nightshirt, and his long silver beard was tucked into a belt at his waist. Without his usual robes and his hat, he looked older. More human. It shows us the deepest desire of our heart, Dumbledore said, coming to stand beside Harry. His eyes were on the mirror, but his attention was on the boy. Nothing more, nothing less. The happiest man on earth would look into it and see only himself, exactly as he is. What do you see? Harry asked. The question caught Dumbledore off guard. Harry felt it, a tiny hitch in the old man's breathing, a flicker of something behind the calm exterior. I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. The lie was smooth, practiced, delivered with a gentle smile. One can never have too many socks. You're lying, Harry said. The smile didn't waver, but something behind Dumbledore's eyes shifted. That is a very bold accusation to make of one's headmaster. It's not an accusation. It's an observation. Harry turned from the mirror and looked at Dumbledore directly. You taught me to examine this mirror and see through its illusion. You gave me the cloak so I'd wander the castle. You put the mirror where you knew I'd find it. Everything about this is designed. So I'll ask you again, and I'd like a real answer. What do you see? The room was very quiet. Moonlight pooled on the stone floor. The mirror hummed softly behind them. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. Not with his usual gentle authority, not with the calculating warmth that Harry had learned to recognize and distrust. He looked at Harry the way he'd looked at Fawkes in the cupboard 4 years ago, with the raw, unguarded expression of a man confronting something he'd lost. I see my family, Dumbledore said. His voice was barely a whisper. My sister. Alive. Whole. I see the life I might have given her if I had been less. The honesty hit Harry like a physical force. It was real, he could feel it, through the bond, through the ambient magic of the room. No calculation. No strategy. Just an old man and his oldest wound, exposed. Thank you, Harry said. For telling me the truth. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. He blinked, once, and the mask reassembled, but slower this time, with visible effort, as though the mechanism that controlled it had rusted. The mirror will be moved tomorrow, Dumbledore said. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. No, Harry agreed. It doesn't. He paused. Professor, why did you give me the cloak tonight? It was your father's. It belongs to you. That's not what I asked. Dumbledore regarded him. Harry could almost see the calculations happening, the old man weighing options, testing responses, determining how much truth the situation required. "Because you deserve to walk freely in this castle," Dumbledore said at last. "And because I thought you might find the mirror, and I wanted to see what you saw in it." "Why?" "Because what a person desires most tells you everything about who they are." Harry absorbed this. "And now you know what I desire most." "I believe I do." Dumbledore's voice was careful. "Though you have not told me." "I saw myself," Harry said. "Older. Alive. Without the scar." He watched Dumbledore's reaction with the precision Fawkes had taught him. The old man's face didn't change, it was too disciplined for that, but his hands did. His right hand tightened on the sleeve of his left arm, a small, involuntary gesture of distress. Without the scar. Dumbledore understood what that meant. If Harry's deepest desire was to be free of the scar, free of the fragment of Voldemort embedded in it, then the boy already knew. Knew about the Horcrux. Knew what it would cost to remove it. Knew what Dumbledore had planned. And his deepest desire was to survive it. "Good night, Professor," Harry said. He pulled the cloak around himself and walked to the door. "Harry." He stopped. "I want you to know," Dumbledore said, and his voice was the most honest Harry had ever heard it, cracked, careful, aching with the weight of 100 mistakes and the one mistake he was still making, "that I have never wanted to hurt you. Not once. Everything I have done, everything, has been to protect you." Harry stood in the doorway, invisible under the cloak, and let the words settle. They were true. He could feel that. Dumbledore genuinely believed that he was protecting Harry. That was what made him dangerous, not malice, but conviction. The absolute certainty that his way was the only way, that the sacrifices he demanded were necessary, that the pain he caused was justified by the outcome he envisioned. "I believe you," Harry said. "But protection isn't the same as love, Professor. And plans aren't the same as people." He left. Behind him, Albus Dumbledore stood alone in front of the mirror of Eriste and saw his sister's face and felt, for the second time in 4 years, the cracking of something load-bearing behind his ribs. Snape found Harry 2 days after Christmas. Or rather, Snape engineered a situation in which Harry would find him, a potions textbook left on a bench in an empty corridor near the library, bookmarked with a slip of parchment. Harry spotted it on his way to meet Hermione, recognized the handwriting from Snape's blackboard, and sat down to read. The bookmark wasn't a bookmark. It was a note. "Potter. 3rd floor bathroom. 10 p.m. tonight. Come alone. Burn this." Harry burned it with a whispered incendio and a flick of his wand, and spent the rest of the day trying to decide whether this was a trap. Fawkes didn't think so. Through the bond, the Phoenix communicated that complex emotional profile he associated with Snape: wariness, old grief, the grudging possibility of trust. Not a threat. A risk, but a calculated one. Harry went. The 3rd floor bathroom was deserted and cold, the taps dripping, the mirrors fogged. Snape was standing by the window, silhouetted against the moonlight, his arms folded. "You came," Snape said. "Either you're brave or you're foolish. My sorting says brave. My friends say both." The ghost of a smirk crossed Snape's face. "Sit." Harry sat on the edge of the nearest sink. Fawkes emerged from under the notice-me-not charm and perched on the windowsill. Snape glanced at the Phoenix, then away, the way you glance at a wound you don't want to examine too closely. "What I am about to tell you," Snape said, "I am telling you because I made a promise. Not to Dumbledore. To someone else. Someone who would want you to know the truth." Harry's chest tightened. "My mother." Snape's jaw worked. "Yes." He reached into his robes and pulled out a piece of parchment, old, yellowed, the edges singed. Not burned in the way Fawkes's fire had burned Dumbledore's plans, but scorched, as though it had been snatched from a fireplace at the last moment. When Fawkes left Dumbledore 4 years ago, Snape said, the Phoenix fire consumed nearly everything in the headmaster's private records. Notes, plans, correspondence, decades of work, reduced to ash. Dumbledore spent the following months trying to reconstruct what was lost. He paused. He missed a piece. He held out the parchment. Harry took it. The paper was fragile, the ink faded, but the handwriting was unmistakably Dumbledore's, that elegant, slanted script. Most of the letter was illegible. Burn marks had eaten through entire sections, leaving only fragments. The boy must not know until the moment arrives. The fragment within him can only be destroyed by, neither can live while. Lily's sacrifice anchors the blood wards, but the wards serve a secondary purpose, ensuring the boy returns to, when the time comes, he must walk willingly, the necessary sacrifice. Harry read it 3 times. Each time, the words cut deeper. The necessary sacrifice. Not a metaphor. Not a philosophical concept. A plan. Written in Dumbledore's hand, in Dumbledore's private correspondence, describing Harry Potter's death as a necessity. Where did you find this? Harry's voice was steady but his hands weren't. In the ash. The morning after Fawkes left. I went to Dumbledore's office before dawn. He'd called me, frantic, asking me to help assess the damage. Most of the documents were completely destroyed. But this fragment had been blown under the desk. I pocketed it. Why? Snape's expression was the most complicated thing Harry had ever seen on a human face. Because I wanted to know the truth. About what Dumbledore was planning for Lily's son. And now you know. Now I know. Snape's voice was flat. Dumbledore intends for you to die, Potter. Not today. Not this year. But eventually. When the time is right. When you've served your purpose. He believes the fragment of the Dark Lord in your scar can only be destroyed if you allow yourself to be killed. Harry looked at the parchment. The necessary sacrifice. The words blurred slightly, and he blinked hard. Does he know another way exists? I don't know. I'm not certain any other way exists. The interaction between a Horcrux fragment and a living host is virtually undocumented. Snape hesitated. But the Phoenix bond changes the equation. Fawkes chose you because of the fragment. I believe the bird knows something that Dumbledore does not, or does not want to know. Harry looked at Fawkes. The Phoenix met his gaze with those ancient, steady eyes. Is there another way? Through the bond, a surge of certainty. Not words, not images, just pure, unshakable conviction. Yes. There is another way. I will show you when you're ready. Harry exhaled. The pressure in his chest eased slightly. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked Snape. You serve Dumbledore. You're his, I am not his anything, Snape said, and the words came out with a venom that shocked Harry into silence. I serve a promise I made to a dead woman. That promise was to protect her son. Not to deliver him to slaughter. The bathroom was very quiet. Water dripped. The mirror fogged. Dumbledore believes he is right, Snape continued, more quietly. He always believes he is right. It is his greatest strength and his most catastrophic flaw. When Fawkes left him, it should have been a warning, a signal that his judgment had been corrupted. Instead, he treated it as an obstacle to manage. He adapted his plans, adjusted his strategies, continued on the same path. Because admitting he was wrong would mean admitting that everything he's done since your parents died, everything, Potter, including leaving you in that house, was a mistake. And he'd rather let me die than admit that. He'd rather let you die than consider that his way isn't the only way. Yes. Harry folded the parchment carefully and slipped it into his pocket. Thank you, Professor. Snape looked as though the word thank had been delivered in a language he didn't speak. Don't thank me. This information makes you dangerous, to Dumbledore, to the Dark Lord, to everyone caught between them. Keep it close. Tell your friends if you must, but no one else. I'll be careful. See that you are. Snape moved toward the door, then stopped. Without turning around, he said, she would have been proud of you. Your mother. Not because of the phoenix or the scar or the prophecy. Because you ask questions. She always asked questions. He left. Harry sat on the edge of the sink in the moonlit bathroom with a piece of burned parchment in his pocket and the weight of his own planned death pressing on his shoulders, and Fawkes flew from the windowsill to land on his knee and pressed his head against Harry's chest, right over his heart. The warmth flooded through him. Not comfort, not exactly. It was fiercer than that. A reminder. You are not alone. You are not a sacrifice. You are mine, and I will burn the world before I let them take you. Harry stroked the phoenix's head. I know, he whispered. I know. He told Ron and Hermione the next morning. They met in the room of requirement, a discovery Fawkes had led Harry to in November, a hidden room on the 7th floor that became whatever you needed it to be. Harry had asked for somewhere private and secure, and the room had provided a cozy space with a fire and 3 armchairs and a door that locked from the inside. He laid it all out. The parchment. Snape's warning. The mirror of Erist. The full shape of Dumbledore's plan, as far as Harry understood it. Ron went white. Hermione went very, very quiet. He can't, Ron said finally. Dumbledore he can't plan for someone to die. He's the headmaster. He's supposed to protect, he thinks this is protecting, Harry said. Not me, everyone else. Voldemort can't be destroyed while the Horcrux in my scar exists. Dumbledore believes the only way to destroy it is for me to die. So in his mind, my death saves the world. That's, Ron's hands were fists on his knees. That's monstrous. It's logical, Hermione said softly. Both boys looked at her. Her face was pale but her voice was steady. That's what makes it so dangerous. It's not emotional, it's mathematical. One life for millions. From a purely utilitarian perspective, it makes perfect sense. Hermione, I'm not agreeing with it, she said sharply. I'm explaining why Dumbledore can justify it to himself. He's not cruel. He's not a sadist. He genuinely cares about Harry, I believe that. But he's done the calculation, and the calculation says Harry dies, and he's decided to accept that answer instead of looking for a different equation. She turned to Harry. But there is a different equation. You said Fawkes is certain. Yes. Fawkes says there's another way to remove the Horcrux. Do you know what it is? Not yet. Fawkes is waiting for the right moment. And you trust the Phoenix over Dumbledore? Harry didn't hesitate. With my life. Hermione nodded slowly. Then that's what we work with. We don't confront Dumbledore, not yet. We don't tip our hand. We go through the rest of this year, we deal with the stone and Quirrell when the time comes, and we keep looking for the alternative. And if there isn't one? Ron asked. His voice was rough. There is, Harry said. Fawkes left the most powerful wizard in the world because of this. He burned Dumbledore's plans to ash. He bonded with me, a 7-year-old in a cupboard, because he believed, with everything he is, that there was a better way. Harry's voice was quiet but absolute. Phoenixes don't make mistakes about this kind of thing. Ron stared at him, then at Fawkes, who was perched on the arm of Harry's chair, his scarlet plumage catching the firelight. The Phoenix met Ron's gaze with those ancient, knowing eyes. Okay, Ron said. Okay. I'm in. Whatever happens. Me too, Hermione said. Obviously. Harry felt the knot in his chest loosen. Not disappear, it would be there for a long time, maybe forever, but loosen, because the weight was shared now, carried by 3 instead of 1. "There's one more thing," Harry said. "Neville." "Neville?" Ron blinked. "Neville Longbottom. Neville who melted 3 cauldrons last week. The prophecy mentions a boy born at the end of July to parents who defied Voldemort 3 times. That could have been me or Neville. Voldemort chose me, but Neville fits the prophecy just as well." "And his parents," Harry paused. Fawkes had shown him this, months ago. "His parents didn't die. They were tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange. They're in St. Mungo's hospital. They don't recognize their own son." Ron's face crumpled. "I didn't know that. Almost nobody does. Neville doesn't talk about it." Harry leaned forward. "He could have been the boy who lived. He's part of this, whether he knows it or not. And I'd rather have him with us than unaware." "You want to tell him everything?" "Not everything. Not yet. But I want him close. I want to know who he is when the pressure's on, because I think," Harry remembered the sorting, the way Neville had stumbled to the Gryffindor table, terrified but there. "I think there's more to him than anyone sees." They found Neville in the Gryffindor common room that afternoon, sitting by the fire with a herbology textbook and his toad. Harry sat beside him. Ron and Hermione positioned themselves nearby, casually, as though it were coincidence. "Neville," Harry said. "Can I ask you something personal?" Neville looked up, surprised. People didn't usually seek him out. "Sure. Your parents. I know what happened to them." The color drained from Neville's face. His hands tightened on his book. "How? It doesn't matter how. I'm not going to tell anyone. I just wanted you to know that I know, and I'm sorry, and if you ever want to talk about it, or not talk about it, I'm here." Neville stared at him. His bottom lip trembled. He bit down on it hard. "Nobody ever," he stopped. Swallowed. "Nobody at school knows. Gran told me not to tell anyone. She says it's private." "It is. And it stays that way." Neville nodded slowly. Then, very quietly, "They don't know me. Mum and Dad. When I visit them at St. Mungo's, they just stare. Mum gives me sweet wrappers sometimes. I keep them all." Ron made a sound in his throat, not words, just raw empathy. "Gran says I'm not like my dad," Neville continued, and now the words were coming faster, as though a dam had broken. "She says Frank was brave and strong and I'm, well, you've seen me in potions. I can't do anything right. I'm always forgetting things, always messing up. She gave me Dad's wand and it doesn't even work properly for me because it's not mine, it's his, and, wait," Harry said. "You're using your father's wand?" Gran insisted. "She said I should be proud to carry it." Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione's expression was pure horror. "Neville," Hermione said carefully. "A wand chooses the wizard. Using someone else's wand, even a parent's, significantly reduces your magical ability. It's like wearing shoes 3 sizes too big. You can walk, but you'll trip constantly." Neville blinked. "But Gran said," "Your Gran is wrong," Harry said bluntly. "You need your own wand. One that chose you. I can't," she'd never agree to, write to Ollivander directly. "Don't tell your Gran. Buy a wand with your own money during the next Hogsmeade weekend or send an owl order." Harry held Neville's gaze. "You're not failing because you're weak, Neville. You're failing because you're using the wrong tool. And you deserve to know that." Neville's eyes were wet. He wiped them quickly, embarrassed. "Why are you being nice to me?" "Nobody's, because we're friends," Harry said simply. "And friends tell each other the truth." The fire crackled. Trevor the toad croaked from Neville's pocket. Fawkes, hidden under the Notice Me Not charm, sent a pulse of warmth through the bond that was unmistakably approval. Neville straightened. Something shifted in his posture, subtle, but real. The perpetual slump of his shoulders lifted by a fraction of an inch. "Thank you," he said. "Harry, thank you. Don't thank me yet. We'll see if I'm right when you get a proper wand." Harry stood and squeezed Neville's shoulder, and the four of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, sat by the fire in the Gryffindor common room on a cold December afternoon while the snow fell outside, and something took shape between them that was stronger than friendship and deeper than alliance. A family. Chosen, not given. Built from shared truth and mutual trust and a simple, radical decision to see each other clearly. January came in cold and sharp, and Quirrell began to unravel. Harry had been watching him all term, the stutter, the garlic, the turban, the way Fawkes reacted to his proximity. But after Christmas, something changed. Quirrell's stutter worsened. His hands shook. Dark circles appeared under his eyes, deepening by the day, as though something was consuming him from within. In defense class, he lost his place mid-lecture 3 times in 1 hour. He snapped at a Hufflepuff who asked a question, then apologized with such frantic overcompensation that the entire class went silent with discomfort. And he kept looking at Harry. Not the furtive glances of before, full, sustained stares that lasted seconds too long, that carried an intensity the stuttering professor's ordinary demeanor couldn't support. As though someone else was looking through Quirrell's eyes. Harry's scar burned every time. "He's getting worse," Harry told Ron and Hermione in the room of requirement. "Whatever's under the turban, it's taking more of him. He barely looks human anymore." "He's going to make a move," Hermione said. "For the stone. Soon." "I know. Harry." Hermione leaned forward. "You said you wanted to go through the trapdoor on your own terms. What does that mean? What's the plan?" Harry had been thinking about this for weeks. The outlines were clear, the details were still forming. "Dumbledore's protections are designed for me. Each challenge matches a skill I have or that one of you has. It's an obstacle course, and we're the intended runners. So we run it," Ron said. "We run it. But not because Dumbledore wants us to, because if we don't, Quirrell gets the stone, and Voldemort comes back." Harry paused. "The difference is what happens at the end. Dumbledore's version, I face Voldemort alone. I prove my courage. I probably get hurt. And Dumbledore swoops in afterward to clean up and take credit and file the whole thing under character building." "And your version?" Ron asked. "My version, we go together. All 3 of us. We don't separate, that's what the protections are designed to force, each challenge peeling away one person until I'm alone at the end. We break that pattern. We stay together. And when we reach the stone." Harry looked at Fawkes. The Phoenix was perched on the back of his chair, listening, always listening, his eyes bright with intelligence and his feathers catching the firelight. "Fawkes will handle the stone. A Phoenix can carry it without being corrupted by it. We take the stone, we deal with Quirrell, and we remove the prize from the board before Dumbledore can use it as bait again." Hermione's brow furrowed. "And what about Voldemort? The thing under the turban?" "Phoenix fire," Harry said quietly. "It's one of the only things that can destroy a Horcrux. And whatever Voldemort has become, that parasitic fragment clinging to Quirrell's skull, it's essentially the same thing. Fawkes can burn it out." "You're sure?" Harry felt the bond pulse. Fawkes's certainty, absolute and unwavering. "I'm sure." Ron blew out a breath. "Right. So we're going into a death trap under a school to fight the most dangerous dark wizard in history using a fire bird and friendship." He paused. "Sounds about right for a Tuesday." "It'll be a Wednesday, probably," Harry said. "Even better. I hate Wednesdays." Hermione rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. "When?" "Soon. Quirrell can't hold out much longer. When he breaks, he'll go for the stone, and we need to be right behind him. Harry stood. In the meantime, Ron, I need you to work on your chess. Hermione, logic puzzles. Trust me on this. Chess. Ron said. Why chess? Because McGonagall designed one of the protections, and she was the Hogwarts chess champion for 3 years running. Ron's face lit up. You're telling me I have to play giant wizard chess to save the world? Something like that. Mate, I've been training for this my whole life. They left the room of requirement separately, staggering their exits to avoid attention. Harry went last, standing alone in the room that had become their war council, their sanctuary. Fawkes landed on his shoulder. Fawkes, Harry said. The other way. The one you've been waiting to show me, the way to destroy the Horcrux in my scar without dying. Is it going to hurt? Through the bond, honesty. Yes. Will it work? Yes. Will I survive? A pause. Then, certainty. Deep, rock-solid, burning certainty, the conviction of a creature that had watched the world for millennia and knew, with the absolute authority of that experience, that this boy was not going to die. Yes. You will survive. I will make sure of it. Harry closed his eyes. The fire in the grate crackled. The castle hummed around him, ancient stones vibrating with a frequency that matched the phoenix's song and the beating of his own heart. He was 11 years old. He was going to face Voldemort. He was going to defy Dumbledore. He was going to survive. Okay, Harry said. I'm ready. Fawkes sang, 3 notes, rising, the same phrase he'd sung on the morning Harry got his Hogwarts letter. The sound filled the room and spilled out through the walls and the stones and the ancient magic of the castle, and somewhere in his tower office, Albus Dumbledore looked up from his desk with a sharp intake of breath. He'd felt it. The Phoenix song, distant but unmistakable. Not calling to him, that bond was broken, would never be repaired. But reaching him nonetheless, the way a bell's echo reaches ears long after the ringing has stopped. Dumbledore set down his quill. He looked at the empty golden perch by the window. He looked at the drawer where his plans had burned and where new plans, painstakingly reconstructed, now sat in fresh parchment. He thought about a boy in a mirror, seeing himself alive and free and scarless, and the old man's certainty, that iron, load-bearing certainty that had guided him for a century, trembled. Not cracked. Not broken. Just, trembled. He picked up his quill and went back to work. But his hand, for the second time in 4 years, was shaking. February arrived with ice on the castle windows and a sharpening of tensions that even the oblivious students could feel. Quirrell missed 2 days of classes. When he returned, he looked like a man who hadn't slept in a week, his eyes sunken, his turban slightly askew. In the staff room, Harry overheard McGonagall asking Dumbledore if Professor Quirrell was quite all right, and Dumbledore's answer, he is under considerable strain, but I have full confidence in him, made Harry's blood run cold. Full confidence. In a man possessed by Voldemort. In a man who was going to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore knew. Of course he knew. The most perceptive wizard alive, the man who could read a room the way other people read books, he knew exactly what Quirrell was and exactly what Quirrell intended, and he was letting it happen. Because the game required it. Because the trap needed bait and a victim and a hero, and Dumbledore had cast all 3 roles and was waiting in the wings for his cue. Harry watched Quirrell stumble through another defense lesson and felt his scar burn and felt Fawkes' fury through the bond, not at Quirrell, not even at Voldemort, but at the old man in the tower who could end this with a wave of his hand and chose not to. After class, Harry caught Quirrell's eye. Just for a moment. And in that moment, he saw past the stutter and the turban and the garlic to the thing underneath, the cold, calculating intelligence of something that was not Quirrell, something that looked out through borrowed eyes with a hunger that made Harry's stomach clench. It saw him too. I know what you are, Harry thought. And I'm coming for you. Whether it was the Horcrux fragment resonating or something else entirely, Harry could have sworn the thing behind Quirrell's eyes smiled. He turned away. The scar throbbed. Fawkes burned against his chest. The confrontation was coming. He could feel it the way you feel a storm approaching, the drop in pressure, the charge in the air, the animal instinct that says shelter, prepare, this is going to be big. That night, in the room of requirement, Harry spread his father's invisibility cloak on the floor and laid his Hollyan Phoenix feather wand across it and looked at Ron and Hermione and Neville, because Neville was there now, had been there for weeks, had earned his place through quiet courage and a new wand, cherry and unicorn hair, 12 inches, purchased by owl order from Ollivander and hidden from his grandmother. That had transformed his magic from a stuttering candle into a steady flame. This week, Harry said. Quirrell's going to make his move this week. I can feel it. Fawkes can feel it. How do we know when? Hermione asked. We'll know. Fawkes will warn me. When it happens, we move, fast, quiet, together. Together, Ron repeated. Together, Neville said, and his voice didn't shake. Harry looked at his friends, his family, his chosen ones, and felt the golden thread of the Phoenix bond pulse with warmth. Whatever came next, they were ready. Chapter 6, What Rises from the Fire. It happened on a Thursday. Harry was in the Great Hall eating dinner, or trying to eat, the way you try to eat when your scar has been burning steadily for 3 hours and the phoenix on your chest is vibrating like a plucked wire. He pushed shepherd's pie around his plate and watched the staff table. Dumbledore's chair was empty. He'd been there at the start of the meal. Harry had seen him, purple robes, half-moon spectacles, calmly buttering a roll. Then an owl had arrived, and Dumbledore had read the message and stood and spoken briefly to McGonagall and left through the side door with the measured, unhurried pace of a man who was very carefully not running. Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at the empty chair and back at Harry and mouthed one word, now. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Quirrell wasn't eating either. He was staring at the empty headmaster's chair with an expression that flickered between his usual nervous dithering and something sharper, hungrier, darker, the mask slipping, the thing underneath pressing forward. As Harry watched, Quirrell stood, muttered something to Snape beside him, and walked out of the great hall. Snape's eyes followed Quirrell. Then they found Harry. Across the length of the hall, over the heads of 200 oblivious students, Severus Snape looked at Harry Potter and gave the smallest nod Harry had ever seen. Not permission, acknowledgement. A man keeping a dead woman's promise, telling her son, I see what's happening. Go. Harry stood. Common room, he said to Ron and Hermione, loud enough for nearby ears. I need to finish that charms essay. They left together, walking normally, talking about homework. The moment they cleared the great hall doors, the pretense dropped. Neville? Harry said. Already upstairs. I told him at lunch, if he heard us leave after 10 o'clock, follow with the cloak. Hermione's voice was clipped, efficient, battle-ready. Is Dumbledore really gone? Someone lured him away. An urgent owl, probably fake. Quirrell needed him out of the castle. Harry was already climbing stairs, taking them 2 at a time. It's happening tonight. Right now. How long before Dumbledore figures out the owl's a fake? Ron asked. Depends on how clever the trap is. An hour, maybe. Maybe less. Then we've got an hour. They reached Gryffindor Tower in 4 minutes. Neville was waiting by the portrait hole, his new cherry wand in his hand, Trevor the Toad stuffed firmly in his pocket. He was pale, but his jaw was set. I'm ready, Neville said. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from his bag. It couldn't cover all 4 of them, they tried, but it didn't need to. Harry draped it over himself and Fawkes, the 2 of them vanishing from sight. Ron, Hermione, and Neville would follow under a notice-me-not charm that Hermione had spent weeks perfecting. Not true invisibility, but close enough for corridors that should be empty. Rules, Harry said from under the cloak. His voice came from thin air, and Neville jumped slightly. We stay together. We don't split up, no matter what the protections try to force. If something goes wrong, if someone gets hurt, if it's too much, we pull back. Nobody dies tonight. Understood? Understood, 3 voices said. Then let's go. They moved through the castle like ghosts. The corridors were empty, dinner was still going, most students and staff in the Great Hall. Harry led the way, following Fawkes's guidance through the bond. The Phoenix was fully alert, his consciousness pressed against Harry's like a second heartbeat, mapping the castle's magic in real time. 3rd floor. Right-hand corridor. The door that led to Fluffy. It was ajar. Harry stopped. Through the crack, he could hear something, a low, rumbling growl that vibrated in the stones underfoot, and underneath it, a thin, reedy sound. Music. Someone was playing music, badly, on what sounded like a small harp, and the growl was fading, smoothing into the deep, steady breathing of something enormous and asleep. Quirrell's already through, Harry murmured. He's enchanted the dog to sleep. He pushed the door open. Fluffy filled the room, 3 massive heads resting on 3 pairs of enormous paws, all 6 eyes closed, drool pooling on the stone floor. A harp sat in the corner, playing itself, its strings plucked by invisible fingers. The trapdoor was open. Harry looked down into the square of darkness. Cold air rose from below, carrying the smell of damp earth and something green and growing. Neville first, Harry said. Then Hermione, Ron, me. Why me first? Neville asked. Because I think you'll know what's waiting down there. Neville looked at the dark hole. He swallowed hard, gripped his wand, and jumped. A second of silence. Then, it's okay. It's some kind of plant, it's soft, it caught me, Hermione jumped. A pause, then her voice, sharp with recognition, Devil's Snare. Neville, it's Devil's Snare, it'll crush you if you struggle. Stay still. I know, Neville's voice came back, calm and confident in a way Harry had never heard from him before. It hates light and heat. Everyone stay still. I've got this. Harry and Ron jumped together. The fall was longer than expected, 10 feet, 15, and they landed in a tangle of thick, ropey tendrils that immediately began to coil around their limbs. Harry felt the plant tighten around his ankles, his wrists, creeping up his chest, Lumos Solum. Neville's voice rang out, and brilliant white light flooded the chamber. The Devil's Snare recoiled, shrieking. Harry hadn't known plants could shriek, and released them, writhing away from the light like a living thing in agony. They dropped through to a stone passageway below. Neville was standing with his wand raised, the light still blazing from its tip, his face flushed with triumph. Brilliant, Hermione breathed. Told you, Harry said to Neville. You knew. Neville's grin was the biggest Harry had ever seen on his face. It was in the herbology textbook. Chapter 6. They moved on. The passageway led to a vast chamber filled with the sound of wings, hundreds of small, glittering objects swooping and diving around the vaulted ceiling. Not birds. Keys. Winged keys, fluttering in a cloud of silver and brass and gold, and on the far side of the room, a heavy wooden door with a large iron lock. Broomsticks hung on the wall beside the entrance. 3 of them. One person flies up, catches the right key, unlocks the door, Hermione said, reading the challenge instantly. It's designed to separate us, one flies while the others wait. Then we don't separate, Harry said. He pulled his wand. Hermione, can you narrow down which key fits that lock? She was already examining the door. Old-fashioned, large, silver, probably with a bent wing since Quirrell already caught it and used it. She scanned the cloud of keys. There, the big silver one with the damaged left wing. See it? Harry saw it. darting erratically through the swarm, trailing slightly, its bent wing giving it a lopsided flight pattern. He didn't mount a broom. He raised his wand and reached for his magic, not the controlled, measured magic of classroom work, but the deep current, the Phoenix amplified core that he'd been learning to access for 4 years. Accio Silver Key. The summoning charm was 4th-year magic. Harry was 11. But the wand was his, the core was Fawkes's feather, and the phoenix on his shoulder poured power into the bond like oxygen into a flame. The key rocketed out of the swarm, trailing a dozen others that grabbed at it like defenders, and slammed into Harry's outstretched hand with enough force to sting. The other keys attacked. A cloud of sharp metal wings descended on them, scratching and cutting. Harry shoved the key into the lock, turned it, and they piled through the door, slamming it behind them as 100 keys embedded themselves in the wood like darts. Ron had a cut on his cheek. Hermione's hair was wild. Neville was breathing hard. "Everyone okay?" Harry asked. 3 nods. "Good. Because it gets worse." The next chamber was the one Harry had been dreading. A giant chessboard. Life-size pieces carved from black and white stone, standing in their ranks like soldiers. The black pieces were on the near side. The white pieces on the far. Between them, an empty board. Ron stepped forward. His eyes swept the board with the practiced assessment of someone who'd been playing chess since before he could read. "We have to play across," Ron said. "Take the place of 4 black pieces and win the game to get through." "Quirrell already played," Hermione pointed out. The remains of several smashed pieces lay at the edges of the board, broken stone, scattered dust. "He won. Can we just walk across?" Ron shook his head. "The board's reset. See? All the white pieces are back in position. Each challenger has to play their own game." "Then we play together," Harry said. "Ron calls the moves. We follow." Ron took a deep breath. "Right. Harry, you're a bishop. Hermione, you're the castle, the rook. Neville, sorry, mate, you're a pawn." "Story of my life," Neville said, but he was smiling. "What about you?" Hermione asked Ron. "I'm the knight." Ron walked to the Black Knight and put his hand on its shoulder. The stone figure stepped aside, and Ron took its place. "Let's go." The game was brutal. White played aggressively. McGonagall had designed this, and she played chess the way she taught Transfiguration, precise, relentless, punishing every mistake. Ron matched her move for move, calling positions with sharp, confident commands, his mind 3 steps ahead at all times. Harry had never seen him like this, the awkwardness gone, the self-doubt evaporated, replaced by a focus so intense it was almost frightening. "Harry, c5. Hermione, take the Queen's bishop. Neville, hold your position, trust me." Pieces crashed and shattered around them. The White Queen, 7 feet of carved stone with a face like a carved blade, swept across the board and obliterated a black rook in an explosion of dust. Harry felt the impact through the floor. "Ron," Hermione said urgently, "if I move to take their knight, it opens, I know. It opens their queen to take me." Ron's voice was steady. "That's the play." "No," Harry said. "Harry, no. We don't sacrifice anyone. That's the rule." Ron turned to look at him. The chessboard stretched between them, littered with broken stone, the white pieces looming. Ron's face was set with the expression of someone who'd run the calculations and found only one answer. "There's no other way to get checkmate," Ron said. "If the queen takes me, Neville can move to e7, and that puts their king in check from Hermione's position. 3 moves to checkmate after that. And what happens to you when a 7-foot stone queen hits you?" Ron's jaw tightened. "I'll be fine." "Probably. Probably isn't good enough." "Harry, we don't have time," Fawkes sang. The note cut through the argument like a knife through silk. Every piece on the board, black and white, froze. The sound filled the chamber, resonating off the stone walls, vibrating in the floor, and the White Queen, raised to strike, trembled on her square. Harry felt the music in his bones. It wasn't a spell. It wasn't a charm. It was older than that, Phoenix song, the primal magic of a creature born from fire, carrying in a single note the weight of millennia of accumulated power. The White King toppled. Not struck. Not taken. Toppled. It fell forward, slowly, like a tree losing its battle with gravity, and hit the board with a crash that shook the room. The other white pieces followed, queen, bishops, knights, rooks, pawns, one by one, falling where they stood, conceding the game to a force that predated chess, predated magic, predated the hands that carved the pieces and the mind that designed the challenge. The far door swung open. Ron stared. "Did your bird just win at chess by singing?" "I think he overruled it," Harry said. "Can he do that?" Harry looked at Fawkes. The phoenix ruffled his feathers with an air of serene indifference. "Apparently." They crossed the board, stepping over fallen pieces, and passed through the door into a narrow corridor that stank of something foul. A mountain troll lay unconscious on the floor, much larger than the one from Halloween, sprawled in a pool of its own drool. Quirrell had already dealt with it. "Don't wake it," Hermione whispered, and they tiptoed past. The next chamber was Snape's. They stepped through the doorway and a wall of purple flame erupted behind them, sealing the exit. A wall of black flame blocked the far door. Between them, a table with 7 bottles of different shapes and sizes, and a scroll of parchment. Hermione snatched the parchment and read. Her eyes moved rapidly, her lips shaping words. "It's a logic puzzle. Not magic, pure logic. 3 of these bottles are poison, 2 are wine, 1 will take you forward through the black fire, and 1 will take you back through the purple. How much of the forward potion is there?" Harry asked. Hermione examined the bottles. Her face fell. "Barely enough for 1 person." The trap. This was the separation point, the challenge designed to reduce the party to 1. 1 person goes forward. The rest go back. Harry, alone, faces what's at the end. Dumbledore's design. Dumbledore's game. The hero walks alone into the final chamber. "No," Harry said. "Harry, the math doesn't," I said no. He looked at the bottles. He looked at the flames. He looked at his friends. "Fawkes. Can you get us through the fire?" The phoenix launched from his shoulder and flew to the doorway blocked by black flame. He hovered there, wings spread, and opened his beak, and breathed. Not fire. Something else, the absence of fire, a pulse of golden light that washed over the black flames and swallowed them whole. The fire died. Not extinguished, consumed, the dark magic absorbed by the phoenix the way a river absorbs a stream, the greater power drinking the lesser and leaving nothing behind. The doorway stood open. Hermione let out a breath she'd been holding for 30 seconds. "That's not in any textbook I've ever read." "Fawkes isn't in any textbook," Harry said. "Come on." They passed through together. All 4 of them. The separation that Dumbledore had engineered, the careful, calculated whittling of the group until only Harry remained, broken by a phoenix that refused to play by the old man's rules. The final chamber was large, circular, and lit by a cold blue light that seemed to come from nowhere. At its center stood the mirror of Eriste. And in front of the mirror, his turban slightly askew, his hands pressed flat against the glass, stood Professor Quirrell. He wasn't stuttering. "I wondered when you'd arrive," Quirrell said, and his voice was different, smooth, confident, stripped of every trace of the nervous wreck he pretended to be all year. He turned from the mirror, and his eyes were clear and sharp and hungry. "Though I didn't expect you to bring friends. Dumbledore's protections were supposed to ensure you came alone." "Dumbledore doesn't get to decide everything," Harry said. Quirrell smiled. It was a terrible smile, too wide, too knowing, belonging to someone who had stopped being entirely Quirrell a long time ago. No. He doesn't. That's something we have in common, you and I. We have nothing in common. Don't we? Quirrell cocked his head. The movement was wrong, too fluid, too serpentine, as though the neck that performed it had extra vertebrae. We're both tools, Potter. Dumbledore's tools. He put me in this school knowing what I carried. He put the stone behind protections a talented first year could breach. He's been waiting for this moment, you and me, face to face, the final test of his precious boy who lived. I know, Harry said. The difference is, I'm not playing his game. Are you? Something shifted behind Quirrell's eyes. The hunger dimmed. The confidence faltered. For a moment, Harry saw the real Quirrell, a young man, brilliant and ambitious and desperately afraid, who had gone looking for power in the wrong place and found something that ate him alive. I don't have a choice, Quirrell whispered. He's in my head. He's been in my head for months. I can't, enough. The voice didn't come from Quirrell's mouth. It came from behind his head. From the turban. And it was nothing like Quirrell's voice, high, cold, sharp as a razor, the voice of something that had been human once and had stripped away every soft, warm, mortal piece of itself in the pursuit of immortality. Let me speak to the boy, said the voice. Face to face. Quirrell shuddered. His hands rose to his turban and began to unwrap it. The fabric fell away in loops, revealing the back of Quirrell's skull, and on it, a face. Harry's scar exploded with pain. He staggered. Ron caught his arm. The pain was blinding, a white-hot spike driven through his forehead, the Horcrux fragment in his scar screaming in response to its source. Through the agony, Harry saw the face on the back of Quirrell's head, chalk-white, noseless, with red eyes that burned like embers in a dead fire. Voldemort. Not a body. Not a ghost. Something in between, a parasite, a remnant, a sliver of soul clinging to life through the stolen vitality of another human being. He was hideous. He was pitiful. He was the most dangerous thing Harry had ever seen. Harry Potter, Voldemort said. The red eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that cut through the pain like a blade. We meet at last. Neville made a strangled sound. Hermione had her wand up, her hand shaking but her aim steady. Ron's grip on Harry's arm was iron. You know what I want, Voldemort said. The stone. It's in the mirror, I can feel it. But the mirror won't give it to me. Dumbledore's final protection, the stone can only be retrieved by someone who wants to find it, not use it. The red eyes narrowed. You, boy. You can get it. Step forward. Look in the mirror. Give me the stone, and I'll let your friends leave alive. Don't, Hermione whispered. Harry barely heard her. The pain in his scar was a roar now, a wall of agony that made thought almost impossible. Through it, Fawkes was singing, not aloud, not in the chamber, but inside Harry's mind, a continuous note that cut through the pain and held him upright and kept the darkness from swallowing him whole. Think, Fawkes was saying. Feel. See. Harry looked at the mirror. He looked at Voldemort's face. He looked at Quirrell's body, trembling, barely alive, consumed from within by the parasite that wore him like a suit. And he made a choice. No, Harry said. Voldemort's eyes widened. What? I'm not getting the stone for you. And I'm not getting it for Dumbledore. The stone stays in the mirror. You foolish boy, the stone is bait. It's always been bait, Dumbledore put it here to lure you out, and you took it, and now you're exactly where he wants you. In a room under a school, possessing a teacher, with the boy who lived standing in front of you. This is his endgame. Not yours. Not mine. His. Harry's voice was raw with pain but steady. I'm not playing. And neither should you. Voldemort stared at him. The red eyes were very still. "You think you're clever," Voldemort said softly. "You think the Phoenix has made you wise. But you don't understand what I am, boy. I am Lord Voldemort. I am the greatest sorcerer who ever lived. I have conquered death itself." "You haven't conquered death," Harry said. "You're terrified of it. That's not the same thing. You ripped your soul apart trying to outrun it, and look what it got you, a face on the back of someone else's head. That's not power. That's desperation." The silence in the chamber was absolute. Voldemort's expression didn't change. Couldn't change, it was a fixed mask, a thing of magic rather than muscle. But the red eyes shifted, and in them Harry saw something he hadn't expected: recognition. Not of an enemy. Of a threat. A genuine, significant threat, not because of power or prophecy, but because this 11-year-old boy had looked at the most feared dark wizard in history and understood him. "Kill him," Voldemort whispered to Quirrell. "Kill them all." Quirrell turned. His wand came up. His mouth opened to cast. Fawkes screamed. Not the gentle song, not the warning trill. A full-throated phoenix cry that hit the chamber like a shockwave. The blue light shattered. The walls cracked. Quirrell's spell died on his lips as the sound drove him to his knees, and the face on the back of his head contorted in agony, because Phoenix song was anathema to dark magic, was the antithesis of everything Voldemort had become, was light and life and renewal weaponized into a single, devastating note. "Now!" Harry shouted. Ron and Hermione and Neville moved. Not toward Quirrell, away, toward the walls, giving Harry and Fawkes room. They'd planned this. They knew their roles. Fawkes launched from Harry's shoulder and flew straight at Quirrell. Quirrell screamed. He raised his hands and dark magic erupted from his palms, a jet of green light, the killing curse, cast without words and without hesitation. It hit Fawkes dead center. The Phoenix caught fire. Not the fire of a burning day, something greater, something older. Fawkes became a comet of gold and scarlet flame, the killing curse absorbed into his blaze like a spark absorbed into a bonfire. The curse that had killed Harry's parents, that had killed hundreds, that was the darkest weapon in the wizard's arsenal, and the Phoenix ate it. Fawkes hit Quirrell in the chest. The impact lifted the professor off his feet and slammed him into the mirror of Eriste. The glass cracked. Quirrell's robes caught fire, golden fire, Phoenix fire, and he screamed and thrashed and clawed at his own body, trying to extinguish the flames, but they weren't burning his flesh. They were burning something else. Something deeper. The dark, parasitic presence that had been feeding on him for months, the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had turned a young wizard into a puppet. Harry saw it. Through the pain in his scar, through the blinding agony, he saw a dark shape, shadowy, formless, screaming, rip free from the back of Quirrell's skull and hang in the air, writhing. Voldemort's wraith. It looked at Harry with eyes like red holes in the fabric of reality, and it lunged. The scar exploded. Harry fell to his knees. The world went white. Inside his mind, behind the pain, beneath the screaming, he felt the Horcrux fragment respond to its master. The dark shard buried in his scar reached for the wraith, and the wraith reached for it, and for one terrible second, Harry felt himself being pulled apart, his soul the rope in a tug-of-war between the boy he was and the dark thing he carried. Then Fawkes was there. Not in the chamber. In Harry's mind. The Phoenix poured through the bond like liquid fire, filling every corner of Harry's consciousness, blazing through the pathways of his thoughts with a light so bright and so fierce that the darkness couldn't hold. Harry felt the golden flame wrap around the Horcrux fragment, felt it grip the dark shard the way a hand grips a splinter, felt it pull. The pain was indescribable. It was every pain Harry had ever felt compressed into a single instant, the cupboard and the hunger and the loneliness and the scar, all of it burning, all of it being consumed by a fire that was not destroying him but purifying him, burning away the thing that wasn't his, the dark passenger that had ridden his soul since he was 1 year old. He screamed. He couldn't help it. The sound tore out of him and mixed with Fawkes's cry and the wraith's shriek and the cracking of the mirror and the roaring of the fire, and the chamber became a crucible of light and sound and magic so intense that the ancient stones of Hogwarts trembled in their foundations. And then, snap! The Horcrux broke. Harry felt it go, felt the dark fragment tear free from his scar like a tooth pulled from a jaw, felt the absence of something he'd carried so long that its removal was as shocking as its presence had been. The scar burned, one final, searing flash of agony, and then the pain was gone. Not fading. Gone. Completely, totally, absolutely gone, in a way that made Harry realize he'd been in pain his entire life without knowing it, a low, constant hum of dark magic that had been so present for so long that he'd mistaken it for normal. Normal felt like this. Clean. Clear. Light. The fragment, pulled free by Phoenix fire, dissolved in midair with a sound like glass breaking underwater. The wraith, Voldemort's spirit, the formless shadow that had been lunging for Harry, recoiled as though struck. It hung in the air, diminished, the red eyes flickering, and Fawkes turned on it with a cry of triumph and a blast of golden flame that drove it backward, out of Quirrell, out of the chamber, out of the castle's wards entirely. The wraith fled. It punched through the ceiling like smoke through a chimney, screaming, burning, trailing dark mist, and was gone, out into the night, into the cold, into the formless exile of a thing that had lost its anchor and its host in the same moment. The chamber went still. Harry was on his knees. The stone floor was cool against his palms. He could hear his own breathing, ragged, harsh, the breathing of someone who just survived something that should have been impossible. His scar throbbed, not with pain, but with the phantom memory of pain, fading rapidly, like an echo. Harry. Hermione was beside him, her hands on his shoulders, her face white with fear. Harry, I'm okay. His voice was hoarse. I'm okay. It's gone. The Horcrux, it's gone. What? The thing in my scar. The fragment of Voldemort. Fawkes burned it out. Harry looked up. His vision was blurry, his glasses had fallen off, but he could see the golden shape of Fawkes descending from the air above, settling gently on his shoulder, warm and solid and trembling with exhaustion. It's over. Ron appeared on his other side. Neville behind him. Their faces were streaked with dust and sweat and something that looked suspiciously like tears. Quirrell, Ron said. Harry, Quirrell. Harry looked. Quirrell lay at the base of the cracked mirror, motionless. The golden fire had gone out, but his robes were scorched and his turban was gone and the back of his head was smooth and bare, no face, no eyes, no Voldemort. Just skin, pale and unmarked. He looked younger without the parasite. Smaller. More human. He was breathing. He's alive, Hermione said, her fingers on Quirrell's wrist. Barely. But alive. The Phoenix fire burned out Voldemort's influence, Harry said. Not Quirrell himself. Fawkes was precise. He looked at the mirror. The crack ran from top to bottom, splitting the glass into two halves that still somehow held together. In the fractured reflection, Harry could see himself, kneeling, battered, glasses missing, a phoenix on his shoulder and friends around him and a scar on his forehead that was, for the first time in his life, just a scar. Just a mark. Just skin. The darkness behind it was gone. Fawkes pressed his head against Harry's temple, and through the bond came a single, overwhelming wave of emotion that brought tears to Harry's eyes despite everything, pride. Not in himself, in Harry. In the boy who had chosen to live, who had refused to be a sacrifice, who had walked into the fire and come out the other side whole. I told you, the feeling said. I told you there was another way. You did, Harry whispered. You did. Footsteps in the corridor. Running. Multiple people. The door burst open and Albus Dumbledore stood there, wand drawn, eyes blazing, and behind him, Severus Snape, and behind Snape, Minerva McGonagall, and behind McGonagall, a procession of alarmed teachers who had felt the magical shockwave from the great hall above. Dumbledore took in the scene in a single glance. The cracked mirror. The unconscious Quirrell. The 4 first-year students, battered but alive. The phoenix on Harry's shoulder. And Harry's scar. Dumbledore's eyes went to the scar, and Harry saw the old man's expression change, saw the calculation, the assessment, and then something deeper, the slow, dawning realization of what had happened. The fragment, Dumbledore breathed. It's gone. Fawkes burned it out, Harry said. He was still on his knees. He didn't feel like standing yet. The Horcrux in my scar. It's destroyed. The chamber went absolutely silent. Snape's face had gone the color of old parchment. McGonagall's hand was over her mouth. Dumbledore stood very still, his wand lowering slowly, his blue eyes fixed on Harry with an expression that Harry had never seen on the old man's face before. Shock. Not calculated, not performed, not deployed for strategic effect. Genuine, raw, undiluted shock, the expression of a man who had built his entire strategy around an assumption that had just been shattered. The Horcrux was gone. And Harry was alive. In Dumbledore's plan, those two things were mutually exclusive. The Horcrux could only be destroyed by Harry's death. That was the cornerstone, the load-bearing wall, the foundation on which every calculation and every sacrifice rested. And a phoenix had just proven it wrong. That's not possible, Dumbledore said. His voice was faint. Apparently it is, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at Fawkes. The phoenix looked back. And in that gaze, between the old man and the bird that had loved him for a century and left him for a child, something cracked. Not something in Dumbledore. Something between them. The last remnant of the old bond, the scar tissue of a severed connection, breaking apart to make room for something new. Not forgiveness. Not reconciliation. But clarity. The kind of clarity that only comes when you've been proven wrong about something fundamental and you're honest enough to see it. Dumbledore lowered his wand. He crossed the chamber and knelt, slowly, painfully, his old body protesting, in front of Harry. His half-moon spectacles were crooked. His beard was disheveled. His eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. I was wrong, Albus Dumbledore said. 3 words. The heaviest 3 words Harry had ever heard, carrying the weight of 7 years of plans and a lifetime of certainty and the awful, human recognition that brilliance and goodness are not the same thing. I know, Harry said. The Horcrux, I believed, for years, I was certain that, I know what you believed. Fawkes showed me. Dumbledore flinched. Of course he did. His gaze went to the phoenix again, and the sorrow in his eyes was bottomless. He always was a better judge of character than I was. Snape stepped forward. The boy needs the hospital wing, headmaster. As does Quirrell. His voice was brusque and professional, but his eyes, when they met Harry's, held something that looked like relief. Yes, Dumbledore said. He stood. Yes, of course. Severus, please take Professor Quirrell to Madame Pomfrey. Minerva, if you could escort Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, and Mr. Longbottom. I'd like a word with Harry. No, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. Whatever you want to say to me, Harry said, you can say in front of my friends. I'm done with private conversations and secret plans. If it involves me, it involves them. Dumbledore opened his mouth. Closed it. Looked at Harry, at the boy on his knees with a phoenix on his shoulder and a cleared scar and the calm, unyielding gaze of someone who had just faced Voldemort and chosen to define the encounter on his own terms. Very well, Dumbledore said. Then I owe all of you an apology. The word apology hit the room like a thunderclap. McGonagall's hand dropped from her mouth. Snape's eyebrow climbed half an inch, for Snape, the equivalent of a full-body gasp. I placed the Philosopher's Stone in this school as bait, Dumbledore said. His voice was measured, each word chosen with care, but the usual warmth and deflection were gone. In their place was something Harry had never heard from the headmaster: plain, unadorned honesty. I suspected Quirrell was compromised. I knew Voldemort's spirit was seeking the stone. I designed the protections to guide Harry toward a confrontation that I believed was necessary for his development, for his preparation for the role I had assigned him. The role of dying, Harry said. The silence that followed could have crushed diamonds. Yes, Dumbledore said. The role of dying. I believed, I had convinced myself, that the only way to destroy the Horcrux in your scar was for you to be struck by the killing curse. That your mother's sacrifice, living in your blood, would protect you, and that the fragment would be destroyed while you survived. You believed I'd survive? Harry said. Or you hoped? Dumbledore's composure cracked. Just slightly, a tremor in the jaw, a glistening in the eye. I hoped. I had theoretical reasons to believe it was possible. But I could not be certain. And you were going to send me to my death on a hope. Yes. The word came out rough. And I was wrong to do so. Not because the outcome was uncertain, though it was. But because the choice was never mine to make. Fawkes knew that. His eyes went to the Phoenix one last time. That is why he left me. Fawkes met Dumbledore's gaze. And this time, for the first time, the Phoenix's expression wasn't sorrow or judgment. It was something gentler. Something that might, in time, grow into forgiveness. It wasn't there yet. But the seed was planted. What happens now? Ron asked. He was standing with his arm around Hermione, who was standing with her hand on Neville's shoulder. The four of them, battered and dusty and alive, facing the most powerful wizard in Britain across a cracked mirror and the unconscious body of a man who had been possessed by evil. Now, Dumbledore said, things change. That's vague, Harry said. The ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's face. Old habits. Let me be specific. The stone will be destroyed. I will speak with Nicholas Flamel tomorrow. Quirrell will be treated and debriefed. The protections on the third-floor corridor will be dismantled. And he paused. I will begin to earn your trust, Harry. Not by manipulation or misdirection or calculated kindness. By honesty. I owe you that. I owe your parents that. Harry stood. His legs were shaky, but Fawkes's weight on his shoulder steadied him. He looked at Dumbledore, at the old man who had been his jailer and his guardian and his would-be executioner and his headmaster, all at once, all tangled together in a knot of good intentions and catastrophic arrogance. You can start, Harry said, by telling me everything. The prophecy. The Horcruxes, all of them, not just the one in my scar. Voldemort's history. Your history. Everything you've been keeping in locked drawers and private files. Everything Fawkes burned. That is a great deal of information for an 11-year-old. I just fought Voldemort and survived a Horcrux extraction. I think I can handle a conversation. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded. Tomorrow. My office. Bring your friends. I will. Dumbledore turned and walked toward the door. He passed Snape, who was levitating Quirrell's unconscious body, and paused. Severus. Headmaster. You gave the boy the letter fragment. The one from the burned files. Snape's expression didn't change. I did. Why? Because Lily would have wanted him to know. Dumbledore absorbed this. Something passed across his face, not anger, not betrayal, but the weary recognition of a man who had spent a lifetime building networks of loyalty and was only now understanding the difference between loyalty to him and loyalty to something greater. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. She would have. He left. The teachers followed. The chamber emptied, and it was just the four of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, standing in the wreckage of Dumbledore's game. Hermione burst into tears. Not sad tears, relief tears, the kind that come when the adrenaline crashes and the fear catches up and you realize you're alive when you very nearly weren't. Ron hugged her. Neville stood awkwardly nearby until Harry pulled him in, and the four of them stood in a clumsy, dusty, tear-stained group embrace while Fawkes perched on Harry's shoulder and hummed softly. "We did it," Ron said, his voice muffled by Hermione's hair. "We actually did it." "We did it together," Harry said. "That's the part that matters." They climbed back through the chambers, past Snape's empty potion table, past the unconscious troll, past the still chessboard, past the chamber of keys, through the corridor, up through the trapdoor. Fluffy was awake, but Fawkes sang 3 notes and the massive dog settled on its haunches and watched them pass with an expression of canine bewilderment. The castle was quiet. It was past midnight, the corridors were dark and empty. They walked through the moonlit halls in silence, for children who had entered as first-years and emerged as something else, not heroes, not soldiers, but people who had been tested and had chosen, deliberately and freely, who they wanted to be. At the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, they stopped. "Harry," Neville said. He was holding his cherry wand, the wand that had cast the Lumos Solum that saved them from the devil's snare, the wand that was his and nobody else's. "Thank you. For everything. For the wand. For trusting me. For making me feel like I could be." "You could be," Harry said. "You are." Neville nodded. He went inside. Ron and Hermione followed, casting backward glances, and then it was just Harry and Fawkes in the corridor outside the fat lady's portrait. Harry leaned against the stone wall. The castle hummed around him, the deep, ancient vibration of 1,000 years of magic, and woven through it now, something new. Something that hadn't been there before. He touched his scar. It was smooth. Cool. Just skin. The lightning bolt was still there, it would always be there, but the darkness behind it was gone. Burned clean by phoenix fire. The fragment of Voldemort that had lived in his head since he was 1 year old was ash, and Harry Potter was, for the first time in his life, entirely himself. Fawkes sang. One note, clear and quiet. Not a cry of triumph. A lullaby. The kind of song you sing when the storm has passed and the fire has died and the only thing left is the warmth of embers and the knowledge that morning is coming. Harry closed his eyes. He was 11 years old. He had a phoenix and 3 friends and a scar that was finally just a scar and an entire life stretching before him, complicated and dangerous and uncertain in his. Voldemort was still out there. A wraith, diminished but not destroyed, with other Horcruxes anchoring him to the world. There would be more battles. More darkness. More hard choices and impossible odds and mornings when the weight of what he carried would feel too heavy to bear. But he wouldn't bear it alone. That was the thing Dumbledore had never understood, the thing Fawkes had known from the moment he left the Golden Perch and flew south through the night to a cupboard under the stairs. The strongest magic wasn't sacrifice. It wasn't strategy. It wasn't the greater good or the necessary evil or the careful calculations of a brilliant old man playing chess with the world. The strongest magic was choosing. Choosing to trust. Choosing to hope. Choosing to love, even when love was dangerous, even when love had a cost, even when every rational calculation said that love was a liability. A dying phoenix had chosen a broken boy, and the boy had chosen to live, and the world had changed. Harry opened his eyes. He whispered the password, and the portrait swung open, and he walked into the warmth and the light of Gryffindor Tower with a phoenix on his shoulder and the taste of fire on his lips and the quiet, unshakable certainty that this was only the beginning. And somewhere in a tower office high above, Albus Dumbledore sat at his desk and looked at the empty Golden Perch and the empty drawer and the ruins of every plan he'd ever made, and he began, slowly, painfully, honestly, to build something new. Not a strategy. Not a contingency. Not a game. A letter. Dear Harry, I owe you the truth. All of it. Let me begin. His hand, for the first time in 4 years, was steady.